Okay, we're back. Back in the building. Right. How does this work then? How does this work? Cinema layout. Press shift. Shift plus 8. Oh, I have to do all that. Okay. Let's go back on a regular setting. How about that? Yeah, that's better. I think that's regular. All right. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Can I be heard? I think so. I think I can be heard. And I've dropped the link. We've got 3 people watching. That's the link for Anthony. Okay. That's not the referral link, is it? No, it's not. That's the link to the actual stream. Why is it doing this? Right, let me shrink the page. Yeah, let me shrink it. Okay, what's it doing now? That's kind of weird. I'm trying to work this out. Okay, that seems that seems normal. Let me get the YouTube link. Two minutes in. Let me know if you're receiving loud and clear. Hit the like. The BAFTA protection for black actors. Gina on the racial slur. The BAFTA protection for black actors. Um, the BAFTAs was interesting. You know what was interesting about the BAFTAs? It's people like Piers Morgan, social commentary. He made a big deal about the guy not being able to help his tic, his Tourette's. And that might be true, it might not be true. I think black people in entertainment have a case to be suspicious on the treatment of Hollywood. You know what I mean? But why were people like Piers Morgan more focused on what Jamie Foxx had to say about the guy? Is it Nelson who made the comment with Tourette's? They focused a lot on what guys like Jamie Foxx had to say. Jamie Foxx um, is not a guy who deals with current affairs. He's an actor. Yeah. But Piers knows what he's doing. I think the way he neglected the BBC's negligence of editing out the word. They had 2 hours to edit out the word. In that time, they managed to edit out where the guy said Free Palestine. There was also more social commentary that was edited out, because you know what entertainers are like these days. They all want to get on that train like they're battling for a cause. There wasn't enough attention on the people who let the word go out, whether it was deliberately or not spouted out by the gentleman with Tourette's. I don't know. And I'm suspicious of it because we don't see many. We do not see many black people going up for BAFTAs and stuff like that. We don't see many. Then you've got Delroy Lindo and the other gentleman. And that just comes out there. And it's like, listen. How would they not edit that out? How would you neglect to edit that out? It's almost like they deliberately did it. And it sounded like to me like Piers wanted to use it to inadvertently take it away from being offensive to black people, but to chastise black people for talking about the guy with Tourette's. And he didn't really have much to say about the BBC. But Piers Morgan and a lot of them commentators are fake. They're very fake. They will tell you that they don't have prejudice about this and that. And then when you see the people who they attack, yeah. I got my suspicions. I didn't like it. I didn't like that one bit, how it was handled. Didn't like it one bit. But I'm waiting for Anthony Mackin. Big up Bruce Gass. Big up Bruce Gass. They can't deport me. This is Bilal Fawaz. Big up Jimmy. New bids Pichel. Piers Morgan is a state asset. I don't know. He's a state something. Okay. He's controlled, yeah. I had to look for the definition before I replied to you. He's controlled. Oh yeah, definitely. Like his agendas, man. Like from when he was the editor of the Red Top, man. They were tapping into people's phones and stuff. All right, so Errol Spence hasn't been in that ring since 2023. Why isn't his fight registered on BoxRec? Why isn't it registered? Paul Conahan, he says Morgan has no scruples. No, he doesn't. He definitely doesn't. I'll tell you what though, Errol took that beating so manfully, bro. You know what I mean? Like, He was never in the fight. That must be really traumatizing. You see, when you get in a fight and you're never in it. Okay, special. Okay, I'll just call you special. You know what I mean, okay, the fight's not registered on BoxRec. It's in Australia. I guess they're taking the time to get around to doing it. So this is not PBC. You know what I mean? Everyone's having to travel to his payday, man. See how boxing has changed. Yeah, boxing has changed, man. Americans have to travel to Australia now. Like Keith Thurman had to travel over there. And now Errol Spence, he's yeah, you got to go over there, man, to get the money. Different times. That's a hard commute, you know. Few people have come up short on that commute to Australia, you know. How far is it from America? Yeah. Instead of side of the street, he has to go to the other side of the world. Yeah. Yeah. And you know, like Tim Zoo is gonna have a fan base behind him. Yeah, landscape has changed. You got to go where the money is. Americans are having to travel now. Look at Wilder. He's got to go to the O2. You see, when he was on the come up, he came over here to fight Audley before he was champion, and now post champion, it's back over. We're going to see that a lot more. You think the likes of Haney and Shakur wouldn't travel to fight Conor Benn at Tottenham? Yeah, they'd travel. 11 hours from the UK to Australia. What about America? I'm looking. All right, Errol's traveling from America. Let me see. USA to Australia. How much? How long is the flight from USA to Australia? I need to get my glasses. Oh yeah, Riyadh is off the table right now, Bruce. I can't mention it because it's something that might take the hangout out of commission. But yeah, Anthony Mackin, where you at? We're waiting for Anthony Mackin. We're waiting for Anthony. Flights from the USA to Australia usually take 14 to 16 hours. See, that's a long commute, man. It's a long commute. 18 to 20, said Ulix. Special. He left a comment on the bit about Ben and Hearn. He said that I think Hearn will sell Matchroom. The boxing side of Matchroom is only worth the contracts he has. They will take the payday. Yeah, that's right. Australia's big. It takes 5 hours from the west coast to the east of the A. It's a massive country, isn't it? It's huge. Yeah, yeah. So it could be like you said, it could be 18 hours. All right. Got Anthony in the building. All right, what's it doing? So, think something happened when he got in there. All right, we got drunk Irishman. All right, I mean, I hope you're not going to be trouble with that name there, bro. I'm very cautious. I mean, with that name, it look like you could be trouble. Just try to have a pleasant Sunday. I think Anthony will have to try again to get in. Okay. Ulysses from Texas. So may differ. You come in peace? Okay, that's all good. There's peaceful drunks, you know. I mean, like, it's an art form, innit? Getting drunk is actually an art form, you know. Like, you can get drunk and not make a total nutter out of it. You know what I'm saying? It's an art, isn't it? The art of getting drunk. Has Hearn moved to a tax haven? Isn't he a registered UK citizen? Where does Eddie Hearn live? Are you guys saying he lives somewhere else? Where does Eddie Hearn live? He previously presided in Billericay, Essex. His official company records confirm a change in his country of residence to Monaco. He had previously expressed concerns about safety in the UK, which prompted the move. Oh, it's like that, yo. It's like that, yo. It's like that, like that, yo. You're in Monaco, Eddie. Mm-mm. Okay. He's got a pad in Monaco. Well, they're saying here, official company records confirm a change of residence to Monaco. Ah. Right. Expressed concerns about safety in the UK. With his girlfriend or his wife? With his girlfriend. Monaco and the Caribbean? Eddie Hearn's married, man. He's married. Oh, marriage been over for years, apparently. Okay. Who's his girlfriend? Were you saying his girlfriend is Sky? You're not going to say it's Sky. Don't tell me you're going to say it's Sky next. If you're going to say, you guys are tripping. Special said he's concerned about the tax bill when he sells the company. Yeah, see, a lot of Brits are getting out, man. Tax system is not agreeing with the wealthy. It's a big problem for the country, though. All right, let me drop the link again, Anthony. No problem. Frank Warren's saying a lot of people are getting out, and we're losing the talent. We're losing the talent. There's not a lot of us. Like the talent are the ones who generate income. It's not good. Sky Nix took a selfie with Hearn's Air Jordans in the pic. Okay. Is that oh boy. Yeah, man. I mean, you can't blame Eddie. She's young, she's fresh, she's hot. Can't blame him. Can't blame him. and he's got all that dough he can get, the pick and the litter. You know what I mean? Why not? Why not, Eddie? Why not? Paul Conahan, I read somewhere that you were taxed 90p out of every pound up to the point of death. Well, that depends how high up the scale you are. They're probably doing that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's why the likes of Lewis Hamilton, they were done with the UK long, long time. Where's Tyson Fury now? Is he in Jersey or something? He's out. He's gone. You know what I mean? All right. All right. Have we established contact with Anthony Mackin? What's up?
Me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. No, what I wanted to say, yeah, I wanted to give my 2 pence on the Conor Ben situation because I think a lot of people really are just kind of bitter and twisted in society, and I just want to give my own personal perspective on the whole thing. Let's put it that way, because let me put it this way, yeah.
Right.
Most boxers, when of every level, when you come down to it, and I realized this week when I was in fact, let me just bear with me here, Beats. Yeah,
No problem, man. Take
so
your time.
I'm gonna share something personal with the community tonight. Yeah,
Okay.
so a friend of mine, she has her own business. I used to live with her. I used to rent a room with her when I was living in East London. So she has her own business for like the elderly. So she offered me a free consultation. I don't know if you heard of this thing called a QEEG brain mapping. It's kind of like a brain scan, yeah, but you don't have to go under the machine sort of thing. So I went along this Friday, yeah,
Okay.
and I learned, right, from the results that there's a very high probability that I'm likely to end up with dementia at some point in my life. Yeah. And having considered all the whole Conor Ben situation, it put everything into perspective because regardless, yeah, we take the same amount of punishment. I've never boxed at the highest level as Conor has, yeah, but we take the same amount of blows to the head repeatedly over many years. And bearing in mind, I've been I was boxing from the age of 22 up and competitively up until the age of about 38, almost 40. So I've had periods where I haven't boxed at all. So that when I look at it, practically almost every month of my life between those ages, I was like taking blows to my head. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Conor at some point is also likely to end up with some sort of illness as a result of brain injury, right? None of the people on in the comment section who are commenting on these videos criticizing him, calling him a snake or whatever, Eddie Hearn included, Frank Smith, nobody from Matchroom is gonna be wiping his backside if he lives to see 70s and he's struggling with Alzheimer's disease and dementia. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do. Yes, I do.
Yeah. Yeah. So this notion that somehow you have to stay loyal to people who are bringing you through the game or whatever is absolute bullshit. Because when all is said and done, right, there will be another Conor Ben after Conor Ben comes out, finishes boxing with Matchroom. The game remains the same. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, I actually know somebody who knows Conor very well. I'm not gonna say who the person is, but let me just say the person knows him very, very, very well. Yeah. And you hit the nail on the head when you said in one of your videos that Conor only cares about a few people in his life: his mom, his dad, and those according to this person that I know, those are only two people whose opinions he values the most. Yeah.
Yep.
And then obviously his kids, his siblings as well. I know he's got a twin sister as well. So
Yep.
he comes from a very, very strong family unit. Yeah. And Nigel being the type of person that he is, and obviously, Nigel is, I suppose, he was one of the first generation of the Windrush that was born in this country. Yeah. So he had that kind of tough West Indian upbringing back then. You see what I'm saying? And he would have passed that on to Connor. As you can clearly see, Connor is very, even though he's young, and we've seen him growing up in front of our eyes, he still has that sort of like, manly appearance, if I can put it that way. You know what I mean? He's very assured about himself. He's not somebody who, he doesn't know what he's doing. Do you see what I'm saying? And as I say, he has that family support network as well. So, when all is said and done, my view of the whole situation is this. He made a very good business decision. Eddie Hearn has not written off the fact that they may work again in the future, and that's a high probability that they will. You know what I mean? Because they've got that relationship already. And as far as I'm concerned, most of these people who are criticizing him, as you've quite rightly pointed out in some of your videos, these are people who just hate their lives. They're very bitter and twisted. And when they come on, social media, it's just a way for them to vent their spleen and just air out their frustrations on people. Do you see what I'm saying? But as far as I'm concerned, I've got no problems with what he's done. And the more the merrier for him. Because at the end of the day, as I said to you, when all is said and done and his career is over and he's suffering from the consequences of boxing, none of these people are going to be around to help him to wipe his backside. Do you see what I'm saying? And when he's suffering from memory loss and things like that, that are associated with years of boxing. So that's just my 2 pence, if that makes any sense.
Oh, you bang on the money. Bang on the money. Bang on the money. And see, the thing is, what I'm dealing with there is outcomes and probabilities. I'm not worried about character traits, bad character. If I like him, if I think he'd be a good next door neighbor, if I could go out, I'm not talking about that, right? I'm looking at outcomes and probabilities. Let's look at it logically, yeah. Bob Arum, he got in the game when he was looking into the finances of the closed circuit TV revenue for Floyd Patterson, Sonny Liston. So that's probably 1960, 1961 when he got into boxing. He said, okay, I can make money out of this, right? The year is now 2026. This is before I was born. He's been affiliated to the game of boxing. Before I was born, there's no boxer who's going to have a career that long, right? No boxer. No boxer has boxed since the early 60s, right? Until now. It's impossible, right? So let's look at that. No boxer can last as long as a promoter. Eddie Hearn just signed a deal, right? 30 fight cards a year. How much revenue does that take in compared to Conor's 1 or 2 fights a year? Right? If we look at it logically, yeah, right? Who's going to end up begging to get back together? The boxer or the promoter? It's the fighter, right? So the person likely to lose out here, right? No matter what happens, is Conor, right? Look what happened to Kell Brook. He was never on a contract with Matchroom, right? And he was with Frank Warren first. Then he went to Eddie Hearn, won the world title while he was with Matchroom, right? So when he got the fight with Terence Crawford, it was on Top Rank. Crawford was still with Top Rank. So Brook obviously wanted to maximize his paper. He wanted Matchroom to broadcast it on ITV. But what he did there, his dad told him, look, let's just make the deal with Terence. And we're now bringing in Eddie. They cut Eddie out. And normally Eddie was involved in the negotiation, whether it was a Matchroom card or not. That was the arrangement he had with Brook. And because he cut him out, when he went back to ask Eddie, yo, can you talk to Matchroom to put it on TV? Eddie said, no, screw you. You cut me out of the thing, right? The boxer always ends up running back, right? So while you have the chance to earn, you've got to take it so you don't have to run back. You've got to get it in as much as you can because you have a small window, right, Also, you do not have the expertise around you to maximize the money like Eddie. You don't have the machine. Yeah, 100%. It's always against the fighter. It's always against the fighter, man. Always against.
And this idea of his loyalty, you talk about Kell Brook. Well, wasn't this the guy who damn near almost lost his eyesight? You know, when he was thrown into a fight with Golovkin, having to go up two weight categories to fight him.
Both times, right? Against Golovkin and against Errol Spence.
Yeah.
Wasn't it both eyes? Or was it the same?
I think it was both eyes, in fact. He's got metal plates in.
Yeah.
And you're talking about you're looking out for fighters and loyalty and all that kind of bullshit. You know, let me remind some people, his own dad used to, according to Frank Warren, used to let guys have to sit in the sauna in order to make weight.
That's what he done with Lee Purdy, right? Yeah. And Eddie, what Eddie didn't see, Eddie was young at the time. He was new to the game. So when they were over America to challenge Devin Alexander, they missed the weight as well. So they botched up the attempt for the title. They missed the weight. So Barry went and took Lee Purdy into the sauna, right? And Eddie went on social media and blurted it off. The first person who saw it was someone connected to Frank, said, yo, look at this, right? They're using the sauna. And they G'd him up. And they're lucky that there wasn't, you know what I mean, like serious consequences. But, you know, the board ain't going to put no heavy penalties on Matchroom or Queensberry. They're not going to. They're
not. I mean, I remember touching on that point there, because right now I'm actually reading the autobiography of Johnny Greaves, who's a former journeyman. 100 fights in 4 years he had, yeah? And I can't actually find the page. I was trying to scroll through the book before I jumped on this live stream. But he actually says in there, everybody at these shows, particularly the small hall shows, all of the officials, they're on the promoter's payroll. Do you see what I'm saying? So they will turn a blind eye to certain things. You know, they'll let fighters jump on the scale quickly and jump off. Do you see what I'm saying? Or note down the wrong weights or things like that nature. Do you see what I'm saying? This Johnny Greaves here, he was abusing cocaine for years. And I watched an interview with him on YouTube yesterday, in fact. He said he never had a single drug test in his entire boxing career. You see what I'm saying? It's as Brendan Ingle put it best, boxing at its very worst is a dirty, rotten, prostituting, vindictive game.
Yep.
You're saying, you know, you have to look out for number one. It's a sport that is loaded with crooks. You know, yeah. You know, so this idea about loyalty and this guy being a snake, get out of here with that, man. Miss me with that foolishness. Miss me with that bullshit.
Yeah, miss me with that as well. Miss me with that for a start. You know what I mean? Like a lot of them, they what it is, the echo chamber is dangerous. But like you're saying, you know what I mean, you learn from Neely Fuller and others, do not follow the echo chamber, compartmentalize the situation, think outside the box constructively. Why would what was the, I don't know if you remember, right? I said, why might Conor not have phoned Eddie? There might be legal reasons why Keith Connolly or Dana don't phone. And look what happened next. Eddie said, I'm going to sue them if I find out they have not paid Conor the purse, right, that they've declared. I'm going to sue them. So imagine if Conor had phoned him, blah blah, yo, Eddie, this, that, and that. Yeah, they're not really giving me that purse, but they're gonna. Now you give Eddie the ammunition. You can't see. That's if you hire a manager, right, with the high stakes that's involved, these millions, they would tell you, don't phone, don't pick up the phone. If anyone connected with Matchroom contact you, don't phone. Phone us straight away and let us know what's going on. That's what they would tell you.
Yeah, because as you say, it's legal documents, right? And if he were to phone Eddie, the first question that Eddie was going to ask him, what is the deal all about? What's the nature of the deal? What's the terms of the deal? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah. And clearly, with these sorts of commercial contracts where there's a lot of money being flowing around, right? There's certain, certain clauses in there, non-disclosure clauses that you're also signing up to as well. Do you see what I'm saying? So he did the right thing. I can't call you right now. I can't speak to you right now.
Yeah, because I can't talk to you. That's why he text. Yeah, he texts you. That's what you do. Don't phone him. You phone him. You're giving recorded, because them calls can be recorded easy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You record the call. Remember, he said this, that, and that, and that's the, and like you see, even with the PEG case, yeah.
Mm.
I think even you was not so much agreeing with me, but you said, right, you don't give out information like that to the public, right?
No.
And then I looked it up. A lot of people were saying he needs to disclose why the National Anti-Doping Panel cleared him. But here's the thing. I looked it up, right, Anthony, right?
Mm.
If you look on UKAD, right, the Data Protection Act are against you telling the reasons why you were cleared, right? They call it uninformed speculation, meaning once it gets into the public hand, they're going to go wild and they're going to say it's this and that, and then it's out of control, right? And the same, right, details that Conor didn't give. Guess who else used this? Because you have a right. Because you see Tyson Fury, right? When he tested for the nandrolone, him and Huey, there was a media person who was inquiring to UKAD what levels of nandrolone did they get popped for, right?
Yeah.
And on the document, they said it's sensitive information, and if we don't think it's in the public's interest or the fighter's interest to disclose this information, we will not give it to you. We are not going to give you this information. The same reason for Conor Benn, uninformed speculation and to protect the subject's data.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Like, there's protocol behind all of this, bro. That controls all of our runnings day to day. You know what I mean? And all the people asking for him to disclose it. They better be careful that you don't get in a situation where you need your shit protected. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. 100%. And the thing is, the vast majority of these people can barely read. so why the hell is he should feel duty bound to disclose a document like that has so much medical legal jargon that the average person, the average educated person would be unable to really understand what it's all about in the first place. You see what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Nobody asked Tyson Fury to disclose the details of his UKAD case. No one asked, and he could do, but the data, like I say, the data. And here's the funny thing. You know who the Data Protection Act would not encourage you to? Neither would UKAD. UKAD could disclose it. So no, we're not going to disclose it because it's not in their interest. Because if it comes back on them, they get a lawsuit in their clock. They're finished. Yeah. You can't just give up the information like that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, it's I don't know. The fighter always has to look out for number one. Always has to look out for number one. You know what I mean? Especially in a sport like that, where everybody's doing like deals behind your back, and you know what I'm saying? You could easily get stabbed in the back. So you have to look out for number one. And like you quite rightly point out, it's a very, very short or small window. You know what I'm saying? Conor could have the next fight, and depending on how hard or tough the next fight is, that could be his last fight. Do you see what I'm saying?
Eubank Jr. was talking to Stephen Bartlett on his podcast, and he was talking about his memory loss, right? He's not even 30. How old is he? About 35.
He's not even,
memory loss. He's having to do all these puzzles and work on his memory skills and his cognitive. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy, man. Like,
Look at the state of James DeGale, and he's not even 40. Yeah, and he's back out there again on this bare knuckle nonsense. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh
You
yeah.
know, yeah,
If you
so
notice now, right? Frankie Gavin, James DeGale,
yeah,
David Price turned down a fight, and a few more of them because the money's running out. They
yeah,
have to go back into the bare knuckle circuit. Money's
yeah,
running out.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Listen, man, I applaud any fighter. In fact, not just in boxing, any walk of life. If you can, maximize your worth to make millions, go for it. Do you understand? You
Yeah.
know, we're only here for a very, very short period of time. Do you see what I'm saying? And we need to get as much comfort down here as possible. And I'll say this as a black man. I don't care what anybody says in the chat, especially us. You understand? With
Yeah.
our legacy and our history, we need to get as much comfort down here as possible. Do you see what I'm saying? So,
I agree.
regardless of what these people are saying, I think he's made not only just a business decision, a life decision for himself and his children and his children's children. Do you see what I'm saying? And I am 100% behind what he did.
Here's the thing with boxing, yeah? It's such a short career. Larry Holmes, I can't remember where I read it the other day. He said, well, when he was fighting, he invested into a building, right? And it needed a certain amount of income because obviously he's going to try and profit off the investment. But he said when he stopped boxing, right? Like, you don't have the money. You don't have the money to keep funding into the building.
Yeah.
And money's running out. Because the income stream, listen, once you don't have a regular income stream, it doesn't matter how much money you have, you're going to start panicking.
Yeah.
You don't have regular money coming in. Let's say even if you've got 2 million sitting in your bank account, right? But you haven't got nothing floating, nothing coming in, you're going to start, because like every second, your outgoings are going to take chunks out of that account. It is what it is.
And especially if you're one of these people who's a bit of a high roller, you understand?
Right.
Which Floyd is finding out now. I don't know. I haven't seen Floyd's account, so I don't know whether to believe the story or not. But the fact that you're coming back out of retirement at damn near 50 years old, to me, is just utterly ridiculous. You know,
ridiculous. It is. It's a horrible story.
It is. And especially the way you've sort of like marketed yourself, during your prime as this guy who really, I mean, at one point this guy was rubbing shoulders with the likes of what's his name? Is it Buffett? Warren Buffett?
Yeah.
And supposedly getting financial advice from him. But I don't know. I don't know whether or not he followed it or not, because clearly he hasn't. If you're coming back at damn near 50 years old to fight another geriatric like Manny Pacquiao, then you're not doing something right with your finances at all. And the thing is, I think a lot of these guys are so used to the big paychecks and the lifestyle that they trying to downsize in life is a come down for them. But sometimes you just have to, because your circumstances have changed. The big paychecks have stopped because you're no longer fighting. Do you see what I'm saying? So in order to maintain a modicum of a decent life, sometimes you just have to downsize. But the egos sometimes are just too big with some of these guys. They think that the money is going to stay there forever, and it's not. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why Mike Tyson was tempted to have that fight with Jake Paul as well. You know what I'm saying? Because from what I've studied about Mike, he's a very big spender. You see what I'm saying? So it's very sad. It's very sad. But like I say, all of us, boxers at all levels, we're gonna suffer for it in the long term. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah.
Derek Chisora. See, like someone just mentioned Derek. He said he's got to get paid. Everyone keeps saying, "Why don't you retire, Derek? Retire, man, retire, and what? And where does that lifestyle that he's accustomed to? Who funds it? Who gives him the money? He ain't got pundit work. He hasn't got sponsors. He ain't got endorsements. He fights to get money."
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
This is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
You know what it is, right? People get desensitized to the realities of what the boxers go through because every day you're seeing them on camera and you're just assuming that they've got it like that all the time. No one does. I remember Fat Joe and Jada Kiss on the podcast saying people think that they just got it like that, but it doesn't work like that. Like they keep working, and all people, Warren Buffett, he wants to make money. No matter how much he's got in his account, he wants to make money tomorrow. The day after that, they want to make money. Yeah? Because that's what the capitalist system is about. You've got to keep making money while you can make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And as a man, you're supposed to understand, right, your accountability.
Yeah.
The maintaining yourself, your kids, your children.
Yeah.
Your community, paying taxes, contributing and stuff. You've got to maintain that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know, I was thinking about what you were saying a few minutes ago in terms of, you know, going back to the whole small window to, you know, maximize as much money as you can out of the sport. And some fighters don't see that. Some fighters, you know, they have great ambitions of becoming world champion and never even get to that stage. And they're not saying that they don't have ability. And the first person who immediately comes to mind to me is Michael Watson. You see what I'm saying? You know, he would have went into that second fight believing with Eubanks, thinking, I'm going to clip this guy's wings and become world champion and make a shitload of money. Never happened. That was his last fight. That was it. You know?
And he got the settlement. And it wasn't $1 million. It wasn't quite $1 million. Right? Yeah. And people might think, oh, well, he got 700,000. So look, the man is an invalid.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
He's not able-bodied where if you're an able-bodied man in his 20s and you get 700K in the 90s, you're balling for a little bit, right? You're balling. But listen, he's got to pay for his keep, his health upkeep, which you can't just do on the NHS. You have to pay out yourself for physiotherapy, equipment, whatever he needs. And it costs money.
Costs money. Yeah. Costs money. Yeah.
Listen, even now, even with me, right? I haven't got no illnesses or such. But if I'm in the cold, right, my body just doesn't function right now. And it didn't used to do that. So right now, I have to like have the heat on the suit. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? And like, I'm considering like, boy, I'm gonna have to get out of this country.
Yeah. You know
what I mean?
I'll go on more holidays overseas.
Yeah. in the winters, yeah.
Yeah. Which is what I'm planning to do soon.
Yeah. My brother over here in the winter. He's over there with his mum, looking after his mum.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's a very, very short life. And the older I get, the more I realize that listen, it's a finite time we have down here. Some of us think that we're gonna be living, you know, until we're old and gray and whatever. Don't work out like that, brethren. Do you understand? It really doesn't work out like that for for most of us.
Like Conor has no academic qualifications.
No,
I'm gonna call Conor to appear on University Challenge or like, programs with current affairs and stuff. When his boxing career is done, okay, they might call him to talk about the Eubank fight and this, that, and the glory days, but he's limited. His window outside of making money outside of boxing is limited.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, and that goes for at least 90%, if not 95% of professional boxers.
I'd probably say higher.
Yeah, you could say higher.
Probably on 100.
Yeah, well, I mean, Eubank Jr., I know he went to a very good school, and you know, he received good grades when he was at school.
Yeah, but look who his dad was. What, like, listen, most of the people in the ring haven't done a day in university. I done a little time doing sound engineering in uni, right? But most of they haven't done a day in uni, a day, right? And people don't understand. You see, people like university has been hijacked in recent years. University used to be to build entrepreneurs. But now because you've got this this drive of equal opportunities, everyone's in university. You don't need to be in university. A lot of people don't need to be in there. You just need.
A lot of the courses are bullshit as well. Absolute bullshit. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. But yeah, I mean, listen. Majority of boxers are coming from very low income, you know, uneducated backgrounds. Do you see what I'm saying? And you know, I really, I'm always on the side of the fighter. You know what I'm saying? I'm really always on the side of the fighter because, you know, if you've boxed, no matter what level you've boxed at, you know what you put your body through on a daily basis, you know, especially when you're in training camp. You know, nobody's there with you, you know, especially if you live alone, you know, nobody's there with you when you wake up in the morning and your head is sore. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, from sparring the night before, you know, but you still have to go into the gym the next day and probably repeat the same process again. Do you see where I'm coming from? You know? Yeah, or you're going into fights and you're carrying injuries and stuff like that, you know, or you're struggling to make weight. You know what I mean? I mean, that was one of my biggest issues when I was boxing competitively, making weight, because I'm like a very stocky guy, you know, and trying to make weight was a killer. I mean, even Johnny Greaves was saying in his book here, I mean, some of his fights, he couldn't eat anything at all. The only thing that he could have in his mouth was an ice cube. I kid you not.
Yeah, Oscar De La Hoya was saying he would have an orange just for the chew or stuff like that.
Yeah, he wouldn't eat the pulp. He would just squeeze the juice, you know, in his mouth, and that's it. Yeah, you know, listen, man, I'm always on the side of the fighter. To hell with some of these promoters. To hell with them, you know, because at the end of the day, you know, Frank Warren's still here, as you pointed out earlier. Bob Aaron's still here. You know, Don King's still here. They're all going strong. You know, as far as I'm aware, none of these people have left boxing and ended up with, you know, mental health illness or addiction problems or anything of that nature. Do you see what I'm saying? And the people who they have to rely upon to help them in their time of need is always their family. You see what I'm saying? If they've got family around them like that, you know, the promoters are nowhere to be seen.
Listen, right? In Gerald McClellan's prime, he was the most feared boxer in the sport, barring none. One fight with Nigel Benn. The man is in a vegetative state and has been since the 90s. And his sister barely gets enough financial support to look after him.
Yeah.
Right? It's merciless. This man was the most feared boxer, the most feared. Look at him now.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Prime example.
It's hard, man. It's hard.
Prime example. And I think from that documentary, you only got what, a few £1,000 or $3,000 out of that fight with Ben as well.
Well, somebody was saying that, is it Kevin Lucien, right, with the benefit that he hijacked the money.
Yeah. I heard his sister say that in an interview with what's his name, the guy who fought Eubank. I told you that a friend of mine saw him do a line in a club.
Yeah,
Gary Stretch. Yeah, it's on YouTube. She says it. She says she didn't get at least 75% of that money. She didn't see it that they raised at the Grosvenor Hotel. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, and I from what I've remember from the documentary about McClellan and Ben, that fight, they actually said that Don King only paid him a few $1,000 or pounds, you know, from the fight after everybody took their, you know, their little percentages, as you know it goes in boxing as well. You know, everybody takes a little cut. Your manager, your promoter, you know, whoever, you know, your coach, your trainer, you know, whoever, everybody gets their little cut, and by the time you walk away, you probably don't even see half of the money that you get paid for that fight. That's you know,
there's no free lunches in boxing. Everything is coming out of your pocket. You see, if you're a pay-per-view fighter, for instance, right, you are responsible for the whole undercard. You have to pay them out of your pocket, right? It comes out of your pocket.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you're basically in a partnership with the promoter, right?
Yeah.
And if you try to cheap out on the undercard, people are not going to buy tickets. They're not going to buy pay-per-views. You know what I mean? So it's like and then you got to go in the ring and perform.
Mm.
And then if you're on the lower scale, remember when Dylan used to fight in Camden? He had to sell tickets minutes before he got in the ring.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. And if you're not into that business, then you just end up becoming a journeyman in the away corner constantly, getting paid to lose. You know what I mean? Get your brains bashed up, you know, fight after fight after fight. You know, it's a very, very cutthroat business, and it's a business that is very much promoter-led rather than fighter-led, you know,
Yes.
And as long as it remains that way, which I think it's done by design. Nothing in this world really, when you look at it from the top down, is done by accident. Everything is done by design. And I think the promoters, especially, they like it that way, you know?
Listen, I done that video on mental health in boxing, and I played that snippet from the British Boxing Board of Control, and they made every excuse why they couldn't get involved in boxers forming a union. Every excuse, because it's not in their favor, right? Because they work in conjunction with the promoters, they get money from here and there from the industry, right? If boxers empower themselves, right, their revenue's gone.
Yeah.
That's why the likes of Suleiman is panicking when the man's threatening to take away sanctioning fees. You can only have one belt per weight class. So they're panicking because their way of making money is being jeopardized. And it's the same. Listen, if there was one global union and then it broke off into the British branch, the American branch, the Mexican branch, the Canadian branch, the Zimbabwean branch, they're finished.
Yeah.
They're finished, bro. A lot of the promoters will walk away from boxing, right? Because you see Eddie Hearn, right? Eddie Hearn ain't stupid, right? Eddie Hearn has developed the charm offensive to great flipping results, right?
Yeah.
He used charm to get away. That's why he's always in the camera, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing: he's saying, "Yo," and I do think he's actually like has a friendly rapport with his fighters. I'm not saying he doesn't, right? But generally, promoters ain't like that, right? Promoters trying to be friends with right. You're trying to be friends with someone who is locked into an agreement with the network that is worth billions and billions. Who do you think they're going to be loyal to?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's crazy. You need a union. You need a union rep, right?
Yeah.
A union attorney on board, right? With information. You know what I mean? The information is always going to be like updated. You need to be in a union. Like I was trying to break this, and there were still people arguing with me. I even brought up examples of Jimmy Hill in the late 50s. Johnny Haynes became the first player, right, to earn £100 a week. Before that, footballers were earning £20 a week before Jimmy Hill became the chairman in the PFA, and he got rid of the maximum wage. Right? And then it was another union who done the Bosnan rule in the 80s, right? Which changed a lot of things for the freedom, the movement of footballers. You need like how can you like the NBA has a union, right?
Yeah. Major League Baseball. Look how many times they've shut down the league season in Major League Baseball with the collective bargaining agreements. You understand? And they don't ramp to do that. The players don't ramp to do that. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. You know, there's no other way to do it. There is no other way to do it. Right? People are talking about, listen, the Muhammad Ali, you need the Muhammad Ali. I'm sorry, but you need you like Terence Crawford said it. The fighters need to get together. He didn't even say union because he didn't even form it. That's what it is, a union. And you need to start it, Terence. You need to help start it.
Yeah. What a lot of these promoters need to have that fear up their backside, you know, from the fighters in terms of, you know, and the power of, say, for example, you know, lawyers behind them as well, you know, willing to take promoters to court, you know, for some of these bullshit contracts, you know what I mean? Or promoters who put fighters in risky fights, dangerous fights. Do you see what I'm saying? Where they end up getting harmed, or there's a potential of them getting seriously harmed in some of these fights. They need that threat. Do you see what I'm saying? You know, at the moment, there's nothing there. You know, it's absolute. You know, it's barren. It's obsolete. So, you know, as I said, these promoters, they can run roughshod, which is what they're doing at this moment in time, and they want it to remain that way, where the fighters really just remain powerless. You know?
Exactly. Look what I'm reading here. Jimmy Hill met significant, often fierce resistance for his career as he pushed to modernize British football as a great. You see, that's the powers to be. They didn't want this. They didn't want him to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't want the union. They want you to they want you to jump on the people talking about the Muhammad Ali Act. That's what they want them to do. You know what I mean? They don't want the unions.
Yeah.
And a lot of the fighters don't realize they're fighting for the Muhammad Ali Act, right? Unless you're a main event pay-per-view fighter, you can't really use that thing.
Yeah.
You can't really use the act.
Yeah, you can't. What boxing?
If you're an 8-round fighter down the bill, you can't use the act. You can't use it.
Yeah. The sport needs a minimum wage. It needs more protection for the fighters post-career.
Yep.
You know what I mean? More financial protection, you know, medical protection going forward, especially in some of these so-called first world countries like Britain and the United States as well. You understand? There's no way a fighter should end his career. You're a former world champion and end up destitute like Bruce Seldon or what's it, Marlon Starling?
Marlon Starling, sad story.
Yeah. You know, how the hell is that supposed to happen? You know what I'm saying? You know,
look what happened to Kirkland Lang, bro. Kirkland Lang
yeah.
story.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, there's no way that should be happening.
Of course it shouldn't.
Yeah.
Of course it shouldn't.
You know.
Yeah, he met resistance. Not shocked. Not shocked at all. Because you think about it, right? Even from the 60s, yeah? How much people are going into that stadium? Right? Because remember, right? Before they changed the grounds in Hillsborough, they used to hold a lot more people in the grounds. There'd be all 100 people.
That's true. Standing, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Right? And then them I said burgers, hot dogs, beers, this, that, merchandise, scarves, programs. And you're getting £20 a week.
Yeah. When you think about, I mean, as you know, I'm from Birmingham. When I used to walk around close to the Villa ground, not far from where I used to live, and I used to see the amount of pubs and local businesses, how much money they used to make just on a match day. Do you see what I'm saying? With the amount of people that would be in that small little area, you know, either drinking or eating food, as you said, burgers and hot dogs, whatever, getting ready for the 3 p.m. match. And you think about the amount of money that, you know, the club as well as, you know, shops and pubs close by generate just off a match day alone, you know, and that's been, you know, football in this country has been going on for decades. You see what I'm saying? You know, and you're only getting paid, what, £20 a week, you say?
£20 a week again, yeah. Same as the milkman, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, you know, and football, just like boxing, you know, back then especially, once the players are finished, you know, most of them end up being disabled. You know what I mean? Can barely walk. You know, walking with a stick or, you know, on crutches or whatever. You know, some of them end up with CTE as well, like Jack Charlton. You know, because of the design of the balls back then. You remember and how they used to play football back then?
Oh yeah. Them balls weighed a ton, didn't they?
The ball weighed a ton, and most of the time the ball was in the air, because that's the British the British way of playing the game, rather than, you know, passing the ball on the floor. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I am always in favor of the athlete making money. You understand? Because when you think about it, like I said, with these promoters and the deals that they have with these networks, you know, ever since the dawn of televised sport, you know, and especially when it everything started to become more corporatized, yeah, and we came out of the sort of like amateur era for most sports, at least. A lot of these TV companies or whatever, they were making a lot of money. Do you see what I'm saying? And the athletes weren't seeing it. I mean, even in some sports now, like say for example, track and field, athletics, most of the athletes aren't seeing all of that money that
No.
the governing body make. People like Sebco and people like that, you know. And if you just scratch the surface, you know, especially in that sport in particular, they make a lot of money or revenue through sponsorship,
The
and the
sponsor,
athletes
yeah.
themselves have to go out as individuals and get their own sponsorship in order, to at least be able to compete at a
Mm.
high level. You know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when people try and bring morals into sport and say, oh, you shouldn't be doing this or you shouldn't be doing that, or this person should be more loyal to this or whatever. My first argument is that I don't pay this person's bills. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't have children. They may have kids they have to send to school, or they want to at least leave a legacy, a financial legacy behind for them. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I can understand, say, for example, the big controversy now with this so-called enhanced games that I think it's due to start sometime soon.
Yeah.
People are becoming all moralistic about it. Listen, end of the day, if you can make £1 million or $1 million from competing, and from what I'm told, you don't have to take the performance enhancing drugs. It's a choice.
Yeah.
You don't have to take it. Yeah. If you can make $100 million, by breaking a record or whatever, go for it. As I say, it's a finite time we have down here. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And we have to make the most of every opportunity that we get in order to receive that some modicum of comfort while we're down here.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And like, listen, then people are risking their bodies to get their money, man.
Yeah.
Do what you gotta do, man.
You have to. You have to. As I say, it's a small window. And the thing about it, a lot of these people, they sacrifice their youth, their young years, by, remaining disciplined and getting up every day and, practicing their sport and training. Do you see what I'm saying? They don't live normal lives like the likes of you and I. Do you see what I'm saying? They don't get to, grow up, especially if you started young. You don't get to grow up like a normal, child or a normal teenager. You see what I'm saying? Everything is geared towards your sport.
Yep.
And that's why for a lot of them, especially if they don't make it to the top, they end up having breakdowns.
Yeah, of course. But where do you go after that?
Yeah, because you're from since you were a child, your entire identity is just based upon your particular sporting discipline. That's all you know. You see what I'm saying?
That's where a lot of Frank Bruno's issues came, because like when his routine was taken away from him.
Yeah.
Go gym, go here, press conference here, meeting here with the press and this, that. Got sponsorship deal or whatever, or got an advert to do, or Panto, whatever he's doing. Routine taken away from him.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, as I say, I've never boxed at the highest level. Yeah. But I mean, even with me, one of the things I struggled with, especially when I got into my 40s, is the fact that routine where I knew what I would be eating in the morning, what I'd be eating at lunchtime, protein shake probably before a training session, gotta get to the gym by 6:30. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have a 2-hour session, or maybe 2 hours and a bit session, but throughout the week, I know what I'm doing. Do you see what I'm saying? Once that's gone, you're kind of like in limbo, thinking, "What the fuck is this all about?" You understand? There's no kind of real purpose as such. You know what I'm saying? So I struggled. I must admit, I did struggle. I'm still struggling to some extent.
Everything was inconsequential after that.
Yeah.
Literally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when someone's come back from war.
Yeah.
Like, what's this all about? People, you see people making a big deal about things. You know, what is nothing you're dealing with. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, boxers. Yeah.
But I am team fighter all the way and always will be.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, I can't be buying this bullshit narrative that Matchroom are putting out, you know, Eddie Hearn, Frank Smith about this loyalty and, you know, and the thing is, what I don't like as well, even if you did loan this guy, you know, £300,000, whatever, to get him through, you know, that rough patch, that's something that you really should be keeping to yourself. I don't respect that at all.
Yeah.
You know, I don't respect that at all. You know what I'm saying? That to me is a bit of self-aggrandizement. You know, you're putting yourself, like I said, you put on, you know, he's good at putting on this friendly face, you know, to the rest of the boxing community. But if you've actually done that, just do that out of the goodness of your heart. You don't need to be broadcasting that to the world. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of, you know, the fact that the guy's left you.
He's done that several times. Like, he done it with Devin. Remember after Devin won the title recently against like the anyway, I can't remember his name. Junior. He beat Junior, whatever his name. After, what did he say? Oh, Turkey weren't happy with your performance and this, that. You know, and like basically trying to throw him under the bus to the public that Turkey ain't gonna work with you. And then who did he with Richardson Hitchens? When Hitchens said he's a free agent, when I met him, his car door was coming off.
Oh, God.
You mean, like, why do you do that? You know what I mean? Like, them things there, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's yeah, I don't know how to describe that other than just low down scumbaggy type of, you know, behavior, to be honest.
100%.
You know, the public doesn't need to know that. As I say, if you're helping somebody out, do it out of the goodness of your heart. Don't seek sort of like praise or validation for it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You know, nah. Eddie Hearn, you know, he's a very, very slick guy. Very, very smart, very, very slick guy. But I wouldn't buy a used car from him. Let's put it that way.
100%, man. I mean,
I wouldn't. Anyway, I'm jumping off. Yeah?
All right, Andy.
So thanks for allowing me on, and I'll catch up with you soon. Yeah.
Appreciate
All
it.
right. In a bit.
Respect. Like Bruce, he said, Gerald's sister Lisa and Wilfred Benice's mother belong in the Hall of Fame. I tell you what, man. Benitez, yeah. When he was past it, I wonder if I could drag up the story. Let me see if I can drag up the story. Right, let's talk about the hurricane. He went to Argentina when he was past it, right? And he was beaten by, was it Carlos Herrera? Was he stopped? He retired. His fight purse and his documents and passport was stolen, I believe, by his promoter. He was stranded in Argentina for over a year, homeless, living on the streets, begging for food and money. The locals didn't know who he was. Eventually, he was found. And each, like, yeah, just crazy, man. He failed to attend the pre-fight physical for that Herrera fight, but was still allowed to fight, man. He came back in 1990. He lasted just 4 fights. He went 2-2 in those fights. Man. I never forget when I was a kid. I knew what a great fighter he was. And when he took that right hand from the Hilton kid, was it Matthew Hilton, and got knocked out, I said, that is the ultimate, when I think about it now, the ultimate tragic fighter story. But that's just how it is. That's how it is for the boxers, bro. They end up bad. But you see, when Floyd was succeeding and he was flashing the money, people hated on him. But, you know, okay, it might throw a few people off. He's flashy, he's this and that. But people hated. But, you know what I mean? Now he's losing the money. A lot of people are kind of like, yeah, deserves it. Serves you right. So, I don't know. Said, he said, Barry McGuigan, Eddie Mustafa Muhammad had tried to establish unions for boxers but came defunct. Yeah, Colin McMillan, I had an interview with him. He tried. But a lot of times the boxers do not want to put in money. Ulix, is combat sports the only sport with no union? You will find most of the MMA outlets, no union. Boxing, no union. Most of them don't have a union. Yeah. 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 Poor investment and divorce are factors, Dr. Wu. Yep. Yeah, Charlos should go to Zuffa. A lot of the PBC boys. You see, the problem is though, like one of them has been taking drugs, man. The last thing he needs, if he'd been taking what do they call it, psychedelics and them things that see, like Wilder, once you start doing that and box, they're not compatible. They're not compatible, bro. The last place you need to be boxing, you've got alcohol issues, you got drug issues, dependency issues, you're taking hallucinogenics. The last thing you need is a boxing ring. Okay, you smoke a blunt here and there. Okay, you might be able to get away with that. You start messing with all that other stuff, bro. The last thing you need is a ring. The last thing. Yeah, it's just boy. Crazy, man. Brute Benitez was diagnosed in 1989 with an incurable degenerative brain condition. He was only 38 when he fell into a coma in his mum's living room. He didn't wake up for 3 days. With his ring earnings long gone, he lived on a monthly pension and he needed constantly to be cared for. And his mum, the main carer. In 1997, his condition worsened and he was moved to a nursing home. He was later diagnosed with diabetes. And when his mother died, his sister took over the care responsibilities. Maria, that's a hurricane, yeah, hit Puerto Rico in 2017. The family home was damaged, thousands of people killed. They ended up in Chicago after donations poured in to get improved medical care. Benitez today is bedridden, unable to even move his fingers. It's gut-wrenching. The majestic fighter of old no more. What do you do, bro? What do you do? Youngest world champion in the history of the sport, I believe. Bruce said those pictures of Wilfred bring tears to me. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, bro. Dr. Wu, do you still feature on Julius's channel? I haven't been on no one's channel, man. I just the only person's channel I go on really, I think, is Bruce. I mean, that's the last person's channel I've been on is Bruce in October. October Red and Bruce. You know what I mean? If they invite me, I'll go up on there. I think I went on Lady Chan's channel as well recently. But I mean, normally probably Bruce or October. I haven't really been networking like that. You know what I mean? I don't think no one's invited me really. If I'm invited, I'll probably do it. If I'm invited, yeah, man, it's not easy. Sylvester, only 10% of boxers get paid well. Yeah, it's not a large percentage. Yeah, 10%, mate. Yeah. That sounds about right. Sylvester, travel, accommodation, training camps, everything is on your expense. Yeah. Dr. Wu, you know there are a sizable number of American Jewish boxers in the 1920s and 40s. That all changed with time. Most American Jews have chosen education. Yeah, because in the UK, you had Ted Kid Lewis, Jack Kid Berg, and a lot of them probably near around the Second World War. I'm like that. I'm never going to pretend that I'm a historian on all that. But a lot of them fled to East London. And that's why you have a lot of Kid and, you know what I mean, Jack Kidd. Yeah. You don't see that much Jewish boxers no more. Like you say, they've gone into education. There was a lot of Italian American boxers. You know what I mean? Rocky Graziano, Paddy DeMarco. Who's the one who lost to Georgie Benton, who was managed by Lou Dufa? Forgot his name again. There was loads of them. There was loads, but they're not as prevalent as they once were. The African Americans are still in the ring, though. Damn, you guys arguing in there? You guys are going in there hard, bro. Dr. Wu, the British Boxing Board of Control were bankrupt. Yeah, the case did damage. It did do damage. Okay, somebody said, is it Sylvester? Warren hasn't got the funds to provide his heavyweight boxers. Not, although that could be Ring Magazine propaganda, Sylvester, in all truth, because they also said that the tickets weren't selling for Wardley versus Dubois, and the tickets hadn't even went on the market yet. So I don't know if that is actual fact or propaganda, because obviously Warren's taking the lawsuit out on them. You know what I mean? And they're not playing nice. The Ring Magazine ain't playing nice with no one. They're not playing nice. They're playing playing dirty politics, basically. Dirty politics. Queensbury posted a £15 million profit in the last tax year, says Secret Dance Moves. See, but Let's take your quote, Secret Dance Music, yeah? If they're posting up £15 million profits in the last tax year, how are they going to get like any traction on that lawsuit? Because they're not getting that profit anywhere else apart from them turkey cards. Because where did them profits come from? It must have come from AJ Dubois, Fury Usyk. That's where the money's coming from. I mean, Owen Cooper versus Ursu, right? That was a Queensbury card. Them profits ain't coming from them cards that was on the zone yesterday. Them profits are coming from the Saudi money. I don't know. I haven't quoted the stats, so I'm not going to take any side in you guys' debate. I'm not going to take any side. But listen, it's been a great hangout. Any topics? If there was some topics, I'd stay around and. Yo, let me get some water. I'll be back. I'm back. Right. I'm going to pause for 10 seconds to eat some peanuts. Because I don't want you to hear me crunching on the thing. And I'm going to be back on it. Okay. Jim, the Saudis are buying up most of the entertainment biz. Frank, Eddie, and Oscar thought they were business partners. Turkey saw them as employees to make the fights he wanted. Yeah. I think they're understanding exactly what you said there. I think they're understanding that now. They got too big for their britches, man. Yeah. Yeah. They thought they were equals. No, you're not equals, bro. You're not equals. Yeah, Yoka versus Lawrence. What's my opinion on that matchup? My opinion is Lawrence Okoli has psychological issues. Lawrence Okoli has psychological issues. But then again, Yoka might have them too. I don't know how he's managed to come in at that them weights he's coming in. Lawrence is a big dude, bro. He is big. You know what makes me laugh, yeah? In England, yeah, Caribbeans, West Indians, and West Africans used to always box each other with these ridiculous, ludicrous stereotypes that they learnt from the colonial mindset. Always used to do that to each other. When the truth is, you talk to certain West African women for a little while. If you take away the accent, they're just like the women from our community. And it's the same with the dudes. And then if you go in one of their restaurants, they've got different variations of the way they cook the food. But the vegetation they use, like yam and a lot of plantain, the same food. And like that diet are starchy diets. They didn't used to be detrimental to us, but them starchy diets are just like crap. And that's what Lawrence is eating, man. Lawrence is eating that starchy diet. And he's not like, okay, carbs on some day, carbs off this day. No, Lawrence is eating them. You can see he's eating them every day. Lawrence is massive, bro. Lawrence is he's huge. Lawrence is huge. Cody should beat my guy though, but I don't know. I don't know though. Okay, Anthony's talking about the Prince Naz movie on Amazon. The main actors were good. The choreographed fight scenes were a bit unrealistic in spots. I didn't like what I saw from the clips, man. I've never watched it. I'm kind of not interested in it. I don't know what it is. It just looks like a hard job to play Prince Nassim. Like, how would you play that role? Sylvester said he's seen Lawrence before. He's massive. He's a big dude, man. Big dude. Lawrence is eating the meals at his restaurant, it seems, in Dubai. Lawrence, bro. Hey, listen, good luck to him, man. Good luck to him. Should be a good fight. It should be a good fight. All right, we've got a little time left. We'll try and make a 2-hour stream. Bantamweight likely next for Bam. Willibaldo Garcia is the target. What belt does he have at that weight? Okay, Maloney, he's not moving. You think Bam can succeed at 118? Yeah, I don't see why not. So WBC have went back on. They're the reason I would have uploaded another video, but they kept going back and forth. 1 minute they're not sanctioning the Verhoeven fight, and then they're sanctioning it. Now they're and then it was off again. Now they're sanctioning it. They're all about the place, man. They're always all about the place, isn't it? It's getting a horrible reaction though. They're not happy with Usyk. Not that Usyk cares. With Turkey, he's clearing how much money? the rat trap didn't work. He pushed the rat trap off him. The rat pushed the trap. It caught him in the trap, and he pushed it off. That's probably AI though. We're a super rat. That's crazy. That is crazy. Let's see how strong. Hey, one leg. He's got one leg. Wow, he's squatting with one leg. He's literally got one leg. Unless that can't be AI. I don't think it's AI. But you just never know these days. It's hard to watch videos now because you're watching a video where something out of the ordinary happens, and then you've got to second guess it. Okay. Let's see what you guys got in the chat. Chuck Wepner. What about Chuck Wepner's story on Netflix, The Bleeder? You just watched that. Any good? Okay, you think the young man did a good job playing Naz? He really got in great shape as well. Yeah. They say Usyk is taking the Mickey, says Sylvester. Yeah, Bruce. He's not going for. He's not going for Cabello. Usyk getting the money, isn't it? Usyk's getting the bag, bro. He's been the way Usyk sees it. He's not a big draw. Turkey's come along and he can get the big money. He's undisputed twice. He's beat AJ twice, beat Fury twice, Dubois twice. I mean, he's beat the likes of Gassiev, Bradis at the other weight class. He's going to just get his dough now. He's going to get his dough. You know what I mean? Get his dough. That's what he's focused on. And if any of us don't like it, he don't care. Okay, Edgar Berlanga says, see, look at that. He says him against Chris Eubank Jr. will be a firefight in London. He's prepared to go across the pond and take on Eubank over here. Okay, Bruce said Chuck was snorting up a storm. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. No doubt. He said he could feel his bones crunching when Liston hit him. All right. So right. What's happened to my Twitter page? Can't see my notifications or nothing. Oh, okay, they're back. They're back. This Johnny Fisher, man, bosh, this Chinese healthy one. It's not healthy. You eat Chinese all the time, bro. He had a Sunday roast earlier, and now he's having a Chinese. Great day. That's just man. Come on, man. It's just stupid, isn't it? It's stupid. The man's younger than me, bro. I look like Charles Atlas compared to him, and I'm overweight. But he is not even morbid, because I'll probably come under morbid. He is ridiculously overweight. Ridiculously. But how would he not be? The man, you had Sunday roast, right? You had Sunday roast, and then you went for a Chinese after. And then you're putting it online. Come on, man. You're not a kid, man. Grow up. Grow up, man. Grow up. Grow up. Find something else to do than just like putting it away. Someone said in the comment section, all they had today was a bowl of tomato soup with 2 sandwiches and a yogurt. Someone said, seriously, John, don't you get absolutely fed up of eating, mate? Like, I thought you was going to cut down, get fit, lose some weight. You're still youngish. Come on, mate. Somebody said, why are you promoting this ridiculously unhealthy behavior? That's what I'm not getting. That's what I'm not getting. President Bush said, I wouldn't imagine you to be fat. I'm overweight, man. But not like that. Not like that. Not like that. Not like that. I'm 58 years of age, man. That's no excuse either. That's no excuse. You know what I mean? That's no excuse. Like, I'll get on the bike tomorrow and I'll go for a walk tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Nothing like that. I just ain't got the beach body no more. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. I just ain't got the beach body, but I'm not like Johnny Fisher. I tell you what you see with me, the BMI would probably say that because the BMI is that, like, you see Caribbeans and West Africans, we argue with the BMI, right? Because okay, the way our bodies are constructed, we don't look as fat as other people when we're a certain weight. But the BMI don't lie. The BMI doesn't lie. You know what I'm saying? Sylvester said, damn, Beachy, my dad's age. You sound younger, though. Yeah, man. See, I was on the bike today. And I was walking. I was walking around. My man just eating food all the time. Just eat. All he does is eat food. Like I ain't got no double chin or nothing like that. That's the thing. I ain't got no double chin. And my belly ain't coming. It's definitely ain't coming over my Bozak, right? Like him, right? I ain't got that. No, I wouldn't allow. I wouldn't allow that. But that, like they're just cursing him in the thing, man. And he does this all the time. And he's in that culture now. He's got sucked up 58. Right? He's got sucked up into that culture where they just show everything what they're eating, like crazily obese people, just showing everything they eat. And you see it a lot on Twitter. It's just crazy. Man, 48, that's 10 years ago, man. That seems like an age ago, man. They're cussing him out. There is nothing healthy about this or anything in this man's life. That is why he is morbidly obese. Sort yourself out. Nah. No Ozempic. No Ozempic. I don't need Ozempic, bro. I don't need Ozempic, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you see you use all that stuff there. I ain't got diabetes. I checked him with the doctor. My blood pressure's okay, right? I ain't got diabetes. I eat relatively healthy. And only let me not a bit like, if you have diabetes or other ailments and you need Ozempic, use the Ozempic, right? But like, them people are late. A lot of them people are late. Go for a walk, bro. Go for a walk. Get on a bike. Join the gym. Use the treadmill. Do something. Move about, right? Get your blood sugar moving, yeah? Oh, you're talking about Fisher. Yeah, Fisher okay, I hear you. 4A. Yeah, he needs the Ozempic, right? But what he's gonna find, right? Because he let himself go so far, right? When you use that Ozempic, have you seen Sharon Osbourne and her daughter? They tried to tell me her daughter isn't using Ozempic. Yes, you are, right? Because that's the classic case of you using, right? You're using Ozempic and the other one, whatever they call it, right? What happens is, right, you lose your muscle mass. That's why you guys are saying here you got a lot of energy, because I've still retained a lot of muscle mass at my age. That's why, right? Retained a lot of muscle mass. People using Ozempic it's crazy, but you lose your muscle mass. You lose your muscle mass, bro. And when you lose your muscle mass, right, your skeleton is vulnerable. Mounjaro, that's the one, Dr. Wu. Mounjaro and Ozempic. Your muscle mass breaks down. Oh, Anthony says the first time he's heard of Ozempic. Yeah, it's the super weight loss thing now. That's what it's on now. People are taking Ozempic, or they're going to get their stomach stapled and just like, man, it's crazy, man. You people are crazy. You people are crazy. You're heading for an early grave. He's gave up. He used to have a, he was in shape, Johnny Fisher's dad was in shape. There was pictures of him in shape when he was young. He was like push weights or whatever. Yeah. Sylvester says Ozempic has been around for ages. Yeah, but it's only been commercially like advertised, like how it is now. And a lot of people are buying it, and like obviously they're buying dodgy versions of it. It's just like, nah, man. There's a lot of bad side effects, and they haven't revealed it yet. Yeah. Bruce says most people have to do is stop eating fast and overly processed food, and you will lose weight. Yeah. Dr. Wu, these things only work if you address the psychological issues with food. And what they said was, yeah, the people who use Ozempic and Mounjaro, right, within a certain period of time, you stop using it, all the weight will be piled back on, right? Because a lot of people, they take the Ozempic, but they don't go to the gym. You're supposed to change. You can't just take it, right, lose weight. You've got to change your diet, and you need an exercise regime. You need something. They're not putting in no work. You know what I mean? Sylvester says it has to be prescribed by his doctor. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Them people don't even know what they're taking, man. Like people trying to sell that CB. What's the cannabis oil or whatnot? You don't know what's in that. How am I going to know you buy that off you? I don't even know what's in there. Susan said it's even worse losing muscle for women. Once we reach in our mid-30s, bone health, heart can all be negatively affected by lack of muscle. Yeah, 100%. 100%. And you know what is dangerous for a lot of women, yeah? A lot of women, they give up in sports when they come out of school. A lot of women stop playing sports when they come out of school, right? And it is very, very, very dangerous for a lot of these women to do that. You know what I mean? You can't be 17 and 18 and give up your activity. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Go play go join a netball club. You don't have to play competitively, but go throw a netball around. You don't have to do weights or nothing mad or straining. Do a little something. Do something. You know, all Johnny has to do, like his dad, is put that down, right? And just go for a mile walk today. Walk for half an hour. You don't have to go at no fast pace. Walk around for half an hour. But no, you just sit there like, oh, look at me, one of the lads. Just grow up, man. Man needs to grow up. You need to grow up. You need to grow up, man. And then Tyson Fury, he was on Twitter saying, I challenge the Furies to an eat-off. Eat all you can. Like, what is that, man? You're supposed to, like, be athletes and boxers. Bruce says, make water the primary thing you drink. You will lose more weight. But you know what I've heard about water, right? And I've actually started implementing it, right? Is water by itself, not really no good. No electrolytes in it by itself. So if you get a cucumber or a lemon, you don't even have to have put a lemon in there, some grapefruit, but something that's not going to spike your blood sugar, and drink it. Yeah. because you need the electrolytes. A lot of people are drinking water without no electrolytes. So that's why I normally get a cucumber or a lemon and make a bottle of water, put it in the Ninja and get some water, because you need the electrolytes, man. Yeah. That's crazy, man. You see, I'm looking at Peter Fury. Even though he spoke a lot of crap about Conor Benn, he went on a little health kick. You can see his face is slimmer now. His face is slimmer. So he's not doing what Johnny's doing. You know what I mean? He's made adjustments. Anthony said he juices a lot these days. Green juice and beetroot juice. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, Bruce, he says he eats his electrolytes. He says he's been drinking nothing but water for the last 4 years. Yeah. So instead, you eat, yeah. See, that's another one. You could just eat the cucumber and eat the lemon. You know what I'm saying? But I still got another. I've got one jar left. What's in that jar? Blood oranges. I juiced up 2 blood oranges with some turmeric and ginger and mineral water. I still got one jar left. Got to watch you got like you because like you see like that guy there, right? If I was to take him walking, like he couldn't even, and he's younger than me, he couldn't even get up the hill. You couldn't even get up the hill. That's no good. And sometimes I can't do the hill because of my knees, right? My knees are thing, but you know, I get the deep heat and the gel, keep it going. And sometimes I just have to walk through the pain. Just have to suck it up and say, yo, gotta go for it, bro. Gotta go for it. Suck it up, and often, you know, by the time I get warmed up into it, you don't even feel it. Yeah. Yeah. See, Bruce, he done 3 miles and he's 71. He done 3 miles. Is that walking or running, Bruce? I don't run, man. I don't run no more. My running days are over. I can run for the bus, right? Stuff like that. You know what I mean? I run for the bus, but no. As for running, no. As a exercise, no. That's done for me now. It's done for me now. The too much impact. Too much impact on. Okay, walking. Yeah. Hey, Bruce, that's excellent. That's excellent. That's excellent. That's excellent. You know what I mean? And I'm finding out now, right? One of the most effective weight maintenance is walking. Yeah, the treadmill is good. Treadmill is good, Sylvester. Yeah. Yeah, my knee would. If I tried to run, my knee would say, "No, what are you doing?" It would literally talk to me and say, "What are you doing?" Oh, the meniscus. Yeah. Hey, Bruce, the walking is great. Walking is great. In fact, it's probably you know why walking is more effective than running, because most people who run, you're going to injure something, right? The only person, like, there's one guy. Right, I still see him, right, when I go back in the ends to do my walk, because I've got to travel far to do my walk, because I don't like walking anywhere. This guy, right, the white guy, he's been running since the 90s, right? He's been running since the 90s. The only time I see this guy in the ends is when he's running. He just runs, right? And he hasn't got a bar of excess weight on him. He's not that tall. So them guys can do that, man. Them guys can do that. But if you're of a heavier physique, running not ideal. Running not ideal for a lot of body types. Like long distance running, you can. If I was to maybe do short sprints and stuff, that would probably be more effective for me. You know what I mean? But not long distance. Yeah. He couldn't even get up the hill walking. He couldn't even get up the hill. Yeah. And I'm doing three of them. I'm doing three of them hills. I go one up, back, up, back, up. I'm doing three of them. He couldn't even probably get halfway up. And he's younger than I am. And you know the messed up thing is, yeah, right? Where I go, right, it's suburban area, yeah, right? Greenland. Old people and women, I'm not ashamed to say, just flying past me, walking, flying past me. And it can be demoralizing if I say, nah, listen, let them do what they're doing. I mean, like, it is what it is. Yeah. Can't let your ego, you got to be inspired. Yeah. Older people than me are walking faster because they're lighter. They're lighter than me. Quick trivia question. Who was the Puerto Rican WBA welterweight champion who was knocked out 3 times by Pipino Cuevas? Puerto Rican. Off the top of the head. Welterweight champion. Oh man, I don't like that, Bruce. You're getting to me here, and I don't want to use the browser. I don't like Brucey getting over it. You don't like this. 3-time WBA welterweight champion who was knocked out 3 times by Pipino Cuevas. He was also knocked out by Hearns. Wow. Knocked out by Hearns. 3-time welterweight champ. 3-time? Oh no, not 3-time. He was knocked out 3 times by Cuevas. Oh boy. Also knocked out by Hearns. Hearns knocked out Cuevas to win the title. Oh man, I'm stumped. Bruce, I'm stumped. I get it. I'm stumped. I can't get it. Who is it? Who is it, Bruce? Who is it? Let me know who it is. I'm not going to get it. Knocked out by Hearns as well. Let me see Cuevas' record. All right, save the answer for a little while. I need assistance, man. I'm going to go on his box rec. Angeli Spada. I wouldn't have got it anyway. I wouldn't have got it. His name is not even ringing a bell to me. I'll be honest with you right now. His name isn't even ringing a bell. Pipino is 68, man. He's 68. Angel Spada. Okay. I wouldn't have got it. Even if I looked through the box rec, I wouldn't have got that. I've heard the name though, but I wouldn't have got it. I wouldn't have got it. I wouldn't have got it. You knocked him out 3 times. Let me see if I recognize his face or anything. And I recognize his face, you know. Puerto Rican. Hearns knocked him out in 1980 for the IBF. Well, for the USBA title, it wouldn't have been that. They weren't. That's revisionist history. It wouldn't have been called the IBF USBA title. That would have just been the USBA. Hearns knocked him out in 4. Quavers did him in 10 in the third fight, and then 11 in the fight before, and then 2 in the fight before that. He was only knocked out by the top guys, Hearns and Quavers. No one else could knock him out. Wow. All right, that's a good one, Bruce. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Angel Sparta. I'm trying to look at his title reign. How many defenses? It won't show up in thing. Oh, well, I can see the 15-round fights. So, is that who, that's who Quavers took the title from? Because obviously the WBA defenses don't come up. See, he went to this with Clyde Gray was good in it. Like, remember, Clyde Gray gave Hearns his first test. Clyde Gray from Canada, he took Sparta the 15-round distance. He gave Hearns his first test. You know who used to tell me about Clyde Gray? Is Mr. Bashir. Wow. Okay, he lost a split decision to Sugar Ray Leonard's brother in 1980. What's the details of the Hearns fight? Yeah, he lost to Hearns in the last round. You know, he was giving Hearns trouble, man. Wikipedia covers the WBA defenses. Okay, yeah, they need to, because BoxRec, for whatever reason, they don't cover the WBA title fights. They cover the fight, but you won't see the belt. Yeah, Pepinas knocked out Gray in 2 rounds, bro. Pepinas was a hitter, innit? Pepinas used to punch the bags off the hinge and shit, man. You know what I mean? He was a big puncher, bro. Duran smacked him up, though, boy. Duran gave him a beating. He lost to Lupe Aquino. Remember Lupe Aquino? The leopard. He used to have the leopard skin trunks. Who did all right, let me give you one, Bruce. Okay, let's see if you can get this. I'll write it in there for anyone else who wants to get in there. And then I'll say it. Who did okay, beat for WBC 154 title? You reckon they're going to struggle with this one, Bruce, right? Who did Lupe Aquino beat for the WBC 154-pound title? Now, I haven't seen the Duran movie. I don't think I've seen it. Yeah, Pepino was deadly, man. He was very dangerous. Let's see if you guys can get that one there. Who was I thinking of just now? I was thinking of a name and it just went out my head. It just went out my head. Sylvester said he's definitely not getting this. And then let's see if you guys can do one more. Who did Lupe Aquino get beat for the WBC? No, certainly not Leonard. And then who did the person Lupe beat get the title from? In a big upset. I'll give you a clue, right? The person who Lupe beat is from the Kronk Gym. He's from the Kronk Gym. That's a big clue. Okay, Bruce ain't got it yet. At least I'll give him Bruce. I'll give him Bruce some work. No. Right. Where did I go wrong here? No, not Hagler. Wrong weight class. Bloody thing. And yeah, that's the one, Bruce. That's the one. That's the one. Dwayne Thomas. Who did Dwayne Thomas beat to get that title? The vacant title. Mike Tyson was commentating. No. Not Wilder's old coach. Who did Dwayne beat to win that title in a big upset? Big upset it was. It was a big upset. Not Buster. Not Buster, Bruce. Bruce is always in the right postcode, though. Bruce is always in the right postcode. Not Mayweather. No. Not Senior. No. That's the one, Dr. Wu. John McGarvey. John the Beast McGarvey. For the vacant WBC title. All right. Cause I know how you got that. I know you went to BoxRec, but this time I'm going to test how real your knowledge is. See, I wanted you to answer it. How did he win? How did he win the fight? Big up Tone for the super chat. Tell me how he won the fight. Now, if you got that through boxing knowledge, you should know how he won that fight. You should know how he won. Nah, not late stoppage. You should know how he won the fight. That's the one, Sylvester. No mass. They say it was an accidental thumb. And he quit. He did quit. And Mike Tyson was commentating and he said, I think you guessed that and got it right, didn't you? You guessed it and got it right. That's all right. And Mike Tyson, what did he say? He quit. He said Mike said he could have fought and he's still got another eye. That's what Mike said, you know. Mike was arms out. Mike said he's got another eye. He should have kept fighting. Oh yeah, Larry had the best thumb. Scott Frank and Scott Ledoux were the two fights when the thumb came in. Oh, he didn't actually do. He guessed. Hey, it worked though. It worked. It worked. It worked. You charged your arm and you got it. Larry's thumb was dangerous. Scott Frank and Scott Ledoux caught Larry's thumb. Oh, Nunes said he was thumbed. How would he, like, the thumbs are not, the thumbs are attached now, isn't it? It's harder to do it now, but it can still be done. Back in the days, you see in the 80s, there was a lot of fights that ended because of thumbs, alleged thumbs. Yeah. You see people's eyes swollen up. That was common. Yeah, it went left for Nunes yesterday, man. It went left for him. And he went to the ring apron, man. He asked for it to get stopped. It looked like his cornermen were going to let him get killed in there. Yeah, Dwayne Thomas, man. You know, he was knocked out by Buster Drayton early in his career, man. I think that was his first. Buster Drayton was serious, bro. He's passed away now. Buster Drayton weren't no joke, though. You know, he used to spot Hagler. Them man, a proper Philly boy, proper Philly. You know what I mean? Jimmy, so thumb ended Gary Mason's career. Okay. I'm going to write the question in, and I'm going to give you the question. Yeah, Drayton and Hilton was a sick fight, Bruce, man. That was a sick fight, bro. Was that for the that was for the IBF title? All right, this one's for Bruce because you guys can't get it, right? This one's for Bruce. I mean, who took the title off Hilton? And he's from Philly. And he's got the same nickname. Well, his name is Bam Bam. His name was Bam Bam. I should write down some of these questions for another day. Who did Gary Mason, let's put the question, who did Gary Mason suffer that detached retina against? Let's see let's test the knowledge. Who did Gary Mason get the detached retina? See, Bruce is on it. Robert Hines. Robert Bam Bam Hines. You know what I mean? Robert Bam Bam Hines. Bruce is on it. No, not against Lennox. Not against Lennox. It's against a journeyman. He fought George Foreman. He fought George. He was very durable. Very durable. Very durable. Let's see if you guys can get it. What other questions can we get? Hitman Hilton, no, man, no. It's been answered already. It's been answered already, and it's not Hitman Hilton for a start. Come on, man. I mean, Robert Hines, Bam Bam Hines. Let's see who can get the heavyweight question. I know if you looked it up because you're going to take your time to print it all up in the search engine. I know when you've looked them up. I'll give you till 22:26 on my clock, and then I'll repeat it. Who did Gary Mason get a detached retina from? He beat the opponent and suffered a detached retina. Let's see if you guys can get that. That's very difficult. That's very, very difficult. No one's gonna get that. No one's gonna get that. That might even be hard for Bruce because it's a British, really, a trivia question, really. He fought George Foreman. He fought George Foreman. Everett Bigfoot Martin, because you guys are never going to get it. It's Everett Bigfoot Martin. Man, this Grammarly trying to... Yeah, he fought everyone literally, Tom. Bigfoot Martin. He was durable, bro. He went the distance with Foreman, Mason. Yeah, man. Okay. Bam Bam Hines. Only Bruce is going to get it, though. So this is going to be hard. Like, the only person who's going to get it is Bruce. Who beat Bam Bam Hines? The Cobra attacked the electric catfish and got buzzed up. Is that AI? Is that real? He lit him up. He lit him up. Oh my God. Electric catfish, you know. Who fought Hearns? Bam Bam didn't fight Hearns. Oh yeah. No. Who are you saying fought Hearns? My friend Darren Schoolboy. No, that's right. I give it away. Schoolboy Van Horn is going to ask you to give the nickname. Schoolboy Van Horn. Okay. Bruce, only Bruce is going to get it, though. Who did Darren Van Horn win the 168-pound IBF title from? He was a long-term champion. Only Bruce is going to get it, though. Schoolboy. How come we don't see them guys, Schoolboy or anything around the circuit no more? We don't see them at all. They just disappeared, man. He lost his title to a freeweight world champion. Yeah, the Blade. The Blade. The Blade. The Blade. Iran Barkley. Man, Dr. Will, you're too late, man. You're too late. You see, you know what you're doing? You're researching them. You're going online research. You're not doing it from, yeah, I knew that. And that's okay doing that. That's okay. And it's not Lindell Holmes. Yeah, it was Lindell Holmes. It is Lindell Holmes. Oh, you know Lindell? Lindell lost to Chris Eubank as well for that WBO title. Gave him a good fight, though, you know. Gave Eubank a good fight, man. Lindell Holmes. Okay. Trying to think of a good question. A good question. Who beat um I can't think now. Trying to think of a good question. All right, let's see. Right. Name. All right, let me see if I can get them first. Yeah, all right. All right. Name the weight classes in which Iran the Blade Barkley won world titles. Name the 3 weight classes. That should be quite an easy one, really. Let's see how you get on with that one. What else is going on? I'm on everything boxing. Jazza Dickens versus Kakashi. What's that for then? What belt's on the line for that? Kakashi got the IBO belt, and you got O'Leary versus Chamberlain on the card. Oh, Shaki Foster and Ray Ford. Is that next? Middleweight, super middle, light heavy. Yep. 2 people got that. Well, 3 people. Ulix, Dr. Wu, and Gary got it. Who did he lose the super middleweight title to? Who did he lose it to? That would test if you guys legitimately got the questions. Who did he lose the super middleweight title to? Who did he lose? Who did he lose all them titles to? Yeah. Let's see how quick. Because if you know the 3 weights, that means you should be able to get the names of the opponents that he lost them to just as quick. Who did he lose them to? This is a trick one. This is actually a trick question. That's only one, so I'm not giving up your answer. You only got one. That's free. You got to get. It's a legit question. Mike Tyson. Youngest undisputed heavyweight champion, Mike Tyson. 20 years of age. Yeah. Who did he lose the belts to? It's a trick question, but we can test the knowledge here. Nope. It's not Mike Tyson. How is Mike Tyson not the youngest undisputed heavyweight champion? Floyd Patterson then. It's Floyd Patterson. Oh, because Mike won the WBC title. So he wouldn't have been undisputed. No. You need 3 names. It's 3 names. It's 3 names. 3 names. Yeah, Tyson. It's Floyd Patterson. Floyd Patterson's the youngest. Floyd Patterson. Knocking out Archie Moore. You need 3 names. Or 3. There's 3 answers you need there. There's 3 answers. You're not going to get it. See? That's how I know when you're looking them up online. See? That's how I catch you out. This is how I catch you out. This is how I catch you out. He lost the middleweight title to Duran, super middle to James Toney, and the 3rd title he was stripped when he fought James Toney. He was stripped to the well. It was Bob Arum's fault, right? Bob Arum could have retained that light heavyweight title. That's the answer. Okay. Who is the first WBA world champion? The first WBA world champion. Now, if you know the answer to the youngest, now this is a big clue, to the youngest undisputed heavyweight champion, you should get this. Literally giving it away. And you're not allowed to look up the browser. No, I can't stop you, can I? I can't really stop you. Thompson beats going like Bamba Gascoigne. There's some proper them questions on University Challenge. Jack Dempsey, you know. Man said Jack Dempsey. No, it's not Floyd. No, yeah. You got it, Tom. You got it. Yeah, you got it. Floyd Pink, Floyd Patterson. You got it. You got it. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. Who is the first Ring Magazine champion? And from now, I'm going to put a time limit. I'm going to get a timer up. Let me put a timer up. That way. So that's going to stop you other ones. Oh, educated guess. A bloody good guess, Tone. Good guess. Let me get a timer. I'll give you a certain time limit to get the cheat them. I'm going to Google it. Yeah, Jack Dempsey. That's the one. Okay. Who's the second Ring Magazine champion? Who's the second? It's a flyweight. Who's the second? Can't get that one, can you? Got you like a kipper. Do him like a kipper, mate. Like a kipper. Quiz timer. All I need is a clock, really. Pancho Villa. That's a good one. Okay, you done well on that. Although, hey, when I get the timer, you're not going to be able to get them like that. You know what I mean? I'll just use the timer on my clock, on my lappy. Yeah, see, I've got a timer on the lappy, bro. All right, and I'm going to be counting it. All right. So for the answer to be legit, let me see. What would be a fair? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, 15 seconds is quite long enough. 15 seconds is quite long. But although 15 seconds might not save you with the Google browser. You probably need about 30 seconds with the Google browser. Pancho Villa. Okay. What's the next one? That was a good question. Who is the first? Your starter for 10. That's what they used to do on university. Who was the first man to knock out Lennox Lewis? Your time starts now. First man. 15 seconds. Nope. 15 seconds is up. You can still answer, but this is when I know. Yeah, McCall. I'll give Bruce Gas just in time. McCall. Yeah. McCall. I'll make it 20. I'll make it 20. I'll make it 20 seconds. I'll make it 20. Okay. Right. All right. Go make some recent questions there. It can't always be all historical. That'd be unfair, isn't it? Okay. Let me see. What can I give? What can I give you guys? What can I give you? What can I give you? What can I give him? Need a good question. What country is Pepino Cuevas from? Your time starts now. 20 seconds. Nope, not PR. Yep, Bruce Gas got it. Mexico, and he got it in the 20. He got it in the Bruce is on it, bro. Let's see. Let's see. I used to like watching Lupe Aquino. He was good, man. He was good. Good old days. Lupe Aquino. Okay. Who did Xander Zayas beat to win the WBO 154-pound title in 2025? Your time starts now. I'm going to extend it. You still got 10 seconds to get this one. Okay, no one's got it. All right, we'll keep going though. We're nearly at half a minute. Half a minute gone. Damn, we're going into near a minute. $45 seconds? Is this a modern day question? You guys do better on the historical. Abbas Barrow is the one. Well done, Bruce. All right. What sanctioning body title does Sebastian Fundora hold currently? Your time starts now. All right, that was quick. Sylvester. That was quick. WBC. Who does Fundora fight in his next title defense? Time starts now. Thurman, it is Guzzy. Who did Keith Thurman beat in his last fight? And in what country did the fight take place? Your time starts now. No, that's not enough, Sylvester. Tom says some Aussie bloke. Jimmy says some Australian dude. Yep, that's the one, Brock, Dr. Woodop, Brock Jarvis in Australia. Okay. What prospect did Abel Ramos defeat on Saturday? They were 16-0. That's a difficult one. If I tell you what card it was on, I literally give it away. This is a difficult one. You'd have to be a real. So no, it's a good boxing. This is a good boxing question, though. Because it was a minor upset. I need the full name. Tamir Smalls. Yep. Okay. Okay, let me see. Where can I go next? All right, let's see what they got. What two titles were on the line when Emmanuel Navarrete stopped Eduardo Nunes on Saturday in Arizona? What two titles were on the line? And I need it to be detailed. Yeah, I need the weight class and the sanctioning bodies. I can't take them answers. Can't take them first two. Yep. Although you said W, it looks like who, but you meant WBO, I guess. Yeah. WBO, IBF, 130. All right, let's see, where can we go to next? The modern day questions are boring, isn't it? The modern day questions are kind of boring. Okay, this is a good one. Let me get a good one for you. Let's get a good one. Trying to think. All right, let me get the timer up. In what country did Julian Jackson knock out Harold Graham for the middleweight title, for the WBC middleweight title? In what country? Your time starts now. No, not Jamaica. Tom got it. Spain. Tom got it. Tom knew that one, boy. Tom got that one. All right. Let me see. Here we go. How many times? No, that one's too easy, isn't it? That one's too easy. All right. What was the result of the second Julian Jackson Gerald McClellan fight? Your time starts now. Tick, 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 tick. Now you gotta get the round as well. You gotta get the round. You gotta get the round. You gotta get the round. Lazy. Time's up. Tick, 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 tick. You gotta get the round. No. Nope. There's a big upset at the time. No. First round knockout. Okay. Beats, I got one for you. Who broke the wrestler the Big Show's nose in a professional wrestling match? How am I supposed to know that? How am I supposed to know what happens in a wrestling match? Don't have a clue. All right, let's go old school. Who's the first man professionally to beat Sheffield's Harold Bomber Graham? The time starts now. Tick, 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 tick. You're not gonna get it. No one's getting that in 20 seconds. All right, I'll give you half a minute. Half a minute. No, not Drayton. Yeah, no one's gonna get that one. He went on to become a world champion. Not Drayton, not Terry Tibbs, whoever he is. He beat Mike McCallum as well. This fighter. That's the one. Sumbu Kalambe. Let me see. What else can I get for you? Okay. Let's see. What can I get here? Let's see. What would be a good one? What would be a good one? I'm gonna give you a proper tough one. I'm gonna give you a proper tough one. You know what I mean? You need a tough one. Bloody hell. He used to have a good chin, didn't he? I didn't realize he got stopped so much. But that's what happens to fighters, man. Name the Kronk lightweights who won the IBF lightweight title in 1985. And I want the opponent as well. I want the opponent he beat, and I want the Kronk lightweight who won the world title in 1985. It's not Hilmer, Bruce. It's not Hilmer. Hilmer came way before that. This guy was actually a really good fighter, man. That's the one. Jimmy Paul. Jimmy Paul Guzzi. Who's the opponent though? Who's the opponent? So you haven't really got the question because I need the opponent. Spinks versus Holmes. Who are we talking about? No, that's Hill was the first Kronk champion. I'm talking about who he won the title in '85. Like Hilmer won his title around 1979. Yep, Harry Arroyo. Okay, Harry Arroyo and Ray Mancini came from which town? Ollie Bruce is going to get that in 30 seconds. That's it, Bruce. Bruce got it. Youngstown, Ohio. That's the one. See, that's how I know you're using BoxRec. Because you said Charlie Brown, but you got the timeline wrong, innit? You see? So, you see, that's how I know you're using BoxRec, bro. We're going up from BoxRec. Terrence Ali, boy. Bloody hell. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Where should we go? All right. Name the legendary Mexican fighter who Roger Mayweather lost to 2 times, once for the WBC super featherweight title, and the other was for the WBC super lightweight title. Yep, Chavez. Lots of people got that one in time. Lots of people. Tone, Sylvester, and Bruce. Okay. I'm trying to think, man. What can... All right. Name the 3 titles that Mike Tyson won in the unification tournament. Name the 3 titles and the 3 opponents. Right? So you can't just... Right, this is a difficult... This is... Right? This one, the time starts... You need the belts and you need to get them in order. Yeah, I want the order, the belts, and the opponents in the HBO unification tournament. 3 titles, 3 belts, 3 opponents, and they got to be in order. Yeah, you see, you can't BoxRec that one. You can't BoxRec that. That's why you're saying F that. Bloody hell, Bruce flew on that, boy. Bruce was on that. WBC Berbick, WBA Bone Crusher, IBF Tucker. Bloody hell. Yeah, Gas killed it. He smashed it. Bruce weren't letting that one go, bro. Nice one. Yeah. Okay. What can I Okay. Bruce is gonna get this though. Bruce is gonna get this. Name the fighters who Burbick, Bone Crusher, and Tucker won their titles from. Right? Name the fighters that Burbick, Bone Crusher, and Tucker won their titles from. Your time starts now. I'll give you 30 seconds. Three names. You need three of them. Tone, you got two. You got two of them. Right, someone got it. Who got it? Who got it? Yeah, Bruce, innit? Bruce flipping. Bruce stolen it, bro. Pinkley Thomas, Tim Witherspoon, and Buster Douglas. All right. Trick question, isn't it? Trick question. Yeah. Nah. All right. Who did Pinkley Thomas and Tim Witherspoon beat to get them titles? Who did Pinkley Thomas and Tim Witherspoon beat to get them titles? Not that easy, is it? Not that easy, huh? Got you under pressure, huh? Got you under pressure. That's one of them, Bruce. That's one. Yeah, that's the one, Gary. No. Not quite. You only got one, Dr. Wu. You need two. Who did Pinkley Thomas beat for that WBC belt? And who did who was it? Who did Witherspoon beat? He won the title twice, right? But we're talking about the WBA title now. Even I'm getting confused now. Yeah, Pinkley beat Tim. That's the one, Bruce. Yeah. All right, let's move on. Who did Mike Weaver win the WBA title from, and in what country did he win it? It's kind of a trick question, actually. Nice. Well, let's see. Yeah, John Tate in the USA. All right. Where did he defend? In what country did he defend against Jerry Coetzee? Yeah, he defended against Coetzee in South Africa. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Name Muhammad Ali's first professional opponent and his last professional opponent that he fought. Your time starts now. And this one here, I won't accept anything under the 30-second limit. So Bruce Gas. The spelling is not right there, Bruce. But I'm kind of siding with you. Kind of siding with you, but the spelling not quite right. You spelled it too badly to let you get away. So I'm gonna have to let you clean it up a little. It's Tony Hunsaker. Yeah, that's the one. And Trevor Berbick. What country did the Trevor Berbick fight take place? And the time starts now. You got half a minute. Got half a minute, people. That means 15 seconds. Tone said Bahamas. Okay, that's the one, Tone. What is the nickname? No. He's got a few nicknames, isn't it? Well, I won't go there. What was Ernie Shavers' nickname? And your time starts now. 20 seconds. This is an easy one. Oh, did Bruce get it first? Yeah, Bruce would get it first. Acorn. That's the one, Bruce. Who gave him the nickname? Yeah, that's the one. Gary Gadget got that one. Tom got it. No, Sylvester. What country did Joe Bugner come from? Time starts now. Oh, they're struggling. Yeah, Tom got it. Tom got it in the time limit. Australia. Hungary. Hungary. Okay. Let me see. What would be a really good question? What would be a really good question? Who was Muhammad Ali's last opponent before they took his belts away because he wouldn't join the military to fight in Vietnam? Who was the last opponent he fought before they stripped him of his belts? Nope, not done. Nope. I won't be too strict on the spelling from now because everyone's trying to get. Although you're out of the time limit to get that one. Not Ellis. Nope. You're out of time, so I'm gonna. Yeah, that's it. Zora Foley, Doctor Zora Foley. Okay. Okay. What can we do? What can we do? Where can we go? What can we do? Who won the unification tournament when Ali was exiled for refusing the draft? The WBA unification tournament. Who won it? Your time starts now. Wow, Bruce, that was too quick. That was too quick. Jimmy Ellis. Okay. What country? I want. Okay. this here. I want the country, the opponent, and the round in which George Foreman first won the heavyweight title. No, Bruce ain't cheating, bro. Bruce ain't cheating. Definitely not cheating. He's cheating by using his boxing knowledge. Bruce, I'm gonna have to ban you. I'm gonna ban Bruce. You're not being fair to the competitors. Jamaica, round 2, Joe Frazier. Down goes Frazier. All right, Bruce. Yeah, Tom got it, but he was a bit later on than Bruce. Okay, let me see. What would be a good one? What would be a good one? No. You can answer, Bruce. You can answer. Of course, you could answer. I can't disqualify you because you know what I mean, like you got the knowledge. That'd be unfair, wouldn't it? You could answer. Um, let me see. Oh. Yeah, I know you was good. Bruce is a competitor, bro. Bruce is gonna answer all of them. What would be a good one? What's a good question? Um, Let me see. What would be a good question, man? Let me see. In what year and in what country did Muhammad Ali win the Olympic Games and at what weight class? your wife's trying to get you because she knows you're bullying them. You're bullying everyone. You right? So what year did Muhammad Ali win the light heavyweight Olympic title and at what weight? Let's see how quick you get this one, Bruce. I need all the details though. I'll allow the spelling. Italy, light heavyweight, 1960. Yeah, Tone was on that one. Tone was on that one. Yep. All right. Let's see. Name the other two heavyweight champions from America who won the Olympics in that decade, right? In 64 and 68. And I want them in order. You got to write it in order. Both these men went on to become heavyweight champions. Yep. Bruce got it. Foreman and Frazier. Although you got it in the wrong order, Bruce, you know? You got it in the, Frazier and Foreman. I'm going to be tough on them, man. I'm going to be tough, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. At what weight class did the youngest heavyweight champion who we established already, undisputed heavyweight champion, Floyd Patterson, in what weight class did he win his Olympic medal and in which country? You only got part of it this time, Bruce. You ain't got the whole of it. You know what I mean? You got the weight class. Finland. Was it Helsinki? Helsinki. All right. Okay. What opponent did Floyd Patterson beat to become heavyweight champion? This should be pretty easy. Yep, the old mongoose, Archie Moore. Who did Jack Johnson beat to become heavyweight champion? And in which country did he win the title? In which country? Can you dig it? Oh, they're not getting this one. Struggling. I don't know, Bruce. You mean I'll get to you. I'll get to you. I need his first name though, man. I need his first name. I'm gonna need his first name at least. No, it's not you spelled it wrong. You only got the surname. But I'll let you off. I mean, can anyone get the full name though? What's the full name? Oh, they're struggling. They're struggling. It's Tommy Burns. Tommy Burns. Okay. Who contested the first Marcus of Queensbury rules heavyweight title fight? Who were the two fighters and who won? Oh, they're getting tough now. They're getting tough. The question's getting tough. They can't box wreck them that easy. Taking them a little bit of time to box wreck them. Got him with that one. Got him. Yeah. Oh, stumped him. Stumped him, bro. Got them all stumped, you know. They can't get... That's just half of it, Bruce. That's just half. James J. Corbett and John L. Sullivan, 1892. Okay. And James J. Corbett won. I can't make them too hard, though. I mean, even I won't get them if I make them too hard. Let me see. What do you want? Do you want the easy questions or the hard ones? Should I make them more hard or easy? If I make them easier, then you'll be able to compete with Bruce a bit more. Okay. Let me see. What'll be a good question? Emerald Griffiths How can I phrase it without it sounding horrible? I guess he killed an opponent in the ring. Can you name the opponent who died at the hands of Emil Griffiths? Can you do that? Bruce is straight on it. Benny Palais. Yes. Max Bear also unalived an opponent. Can you name the opponent who he unalived and actually was taken to court for? Max Bear, former heavyweight champion. Do you guys know? This is a hard one. Not quite, Bruce. Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Yeah, it's difficult, man. That's difficult. That's difficult. Frankie Campbell. Ray Mancini also unalived an opponent and was the reason why the championship rounds went down to 12 rounds. Can you name the Korean opponent? Oh, Bruce beating before I got the question out. Duck Koo Kim. Duck Koo Kim is the one. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. It's a little something here. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. In what year and what country did Tyrell Biggs win Olympic super heavyweight gold? I need the full answer. Not part, I need the full answer. And the time starts now. Yeah, that's the one, Tom. 84 LA. 84 LA. Can you name the British heavyweight who Tyrell beat in that games, who later on himself went on to become Olympic champion and obviously undisputed heavyweight champion? Can you name it? This fighter actually gave Tyrell a good fight. He showed the potential that came out later. Lennox Lewis, yes. He actually gave him a good fight, man. Like, let us just lacked a little of the education, what it takes to score points in the amateur system that Tyrell had, and Tyrell beat him. But he came out nice and aggressive, Lewis. Yeah, right. Okay. Let's see. Let me see. Who did Joe Louis, the Brown Bomber, win the heavyweight title from? That's an easy one. Piece of piss. JJ Braddock. That's the one. That's the one, Bruce. That's the one, Tom. Okay. Okay. Let me see. All right. This is a hardcore question, although it's a good question. It's not like outrageously hard. Who did Sugar Ray Robinson win the welterweight title from? That's the one, Bruce. Tommy Bell. That's the one. Okay. Who did... Let me see. Let me see. What was the name of the film based on Jake LaMotta's life called? Played by Robert De Niro. That's it, Raging Bull. Okay. Let's see. Let's see where else can we go with this. Name the weight classes that Henry Armstrong simultaneously held 3 world titles. Name these weight classes. Oh, they're struggling. They're struggling. Struggling. No, can't give you that one, Tone. No, 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 no. Gary, no. Got them struggling. They're struggling a bit here. You're gonna have to Google this one, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one, Bruce. Featherweight, lightweight, and welter. In a welterweight title defense, Sugar Ray Robinson's opponent died from a fatal brain injury in 1947. What was his name? What was the name of this opponent who was unalived? Need the surname as well, Bruce. Need the surname. Yep, Jimmy Doyle. Okay. Okay. What was the nickname of former light welterweight champion Aaron Pryor? What was his nickname? The Hawk. Bruce Gass. What was the nickname of former undisputed 4-weight champion, I believe, Pernell Whitaker? Oh, Bruce got it. Bruce got it. Bruce got it. Okay. Got to test the chins, man. Got to test the chins a bit more, man. Got to test the chins, man. Y'all ain't really getting the chins tested, man. You know what I'm saying? Test the chin a bit more. Let me see. Yeah. It was I didn't even know it was Sweet Pete. Okay, he had to modernize it a bit for the announcers. Okay. What Mexican did Sweet Pete Whitaker need 2 attempts to win his first title at 135? What was the name of the Mexican? Bruce got it. Jose Luis Ramirez. Ramirez was a dreadful. He was gritty, wasn't he? He was flipping tough, boy. They don't make them like Ramirez no more, man. Dying breed. Dying breed. Okay. Where can we go with this? Name the Puerto Rican who fought Jose Ramirez twice and won and lost against him. I should have phrased that better, but I'll leave it. You know what I mean? I could have phrased it a bit better. It's going to be a bit hard. No, not Camacho. Won and lost. No, not Gomez. His nickname was El Chapo. That's a big clue. One of my favorite fighters, actually, El Chapo. Yep. Tom got it. Rosario. Where else can we go? Edwin. Let me see. Let me see. What can we ask him next? What can we ask him next? Who did Marvin Hagler win the world title from in London? Easy one. That's a dead easy one. That's literally giving the game away, that one. Minter. Tone got it first. All right, Tone. Who did Minter win that title from? Who did he win that title from? What gold medalist fought Hagler 3 times? Sugar Ray Seales. Sugar Ray Seales. Yeah, Vito the Mosquito. That's the one. That's the one, Bruce. Vito the Mosquito Antuofermo. Okay. Let's see. Where could we go from here? Let's see. Who took Matthew Saad Muhammad's WBC title and then beat him in the rematch as well? Let's see if you can, guys. This is one for the 80s. It's a difficult one. I need a bit more detail, Bruce. You don't even have to spell it right. I need a bit more detail. Yeah, that's the one, Bruce. That's the one. Dwight Muhammad Cowie. Okay. Okay. So let's have a look. What will be a good one? The Camden Buzzsaw, yeah, the Camden Buzzsaw. All right. Let's see how much you know about the Camden Buzzsaw. What prison was he locked up in? The Camden Buzzsaw. What prison was he locked up in? Bruce was on that quick, bro. Bruce on that quick. Raw way. $5 years for armed robbery. Damn. And obviously he fought. Tell them who he fought in there, Bruce. I mean, who did he fight in there? In the prison? Bruce Scott. Bruce Scott, isn't it? Bruce Scott. Bruce Scott fought Eddie Mustafa Muhammad in Rahway. And I think he eventually lost to Jerry the Bull Martin. Am I correct, Bruce? Not Bruce Scott, James Scott. You know why I always confuse? We had a fighter named Bruce Scott in Britain. I always confused them. James Scott. He was ranked, wasn't he? He was ranked. Do you know this guy was in prison and he had about 2-3 fights in prison and he was ranked? Oh, Yaki Lopez went to Rahway? What, locked up or he fought in there? Nah, not finally. Dwight Muhammad Cowie beat him first. Dwight Muhammad beat James Scott before. Yeah. Dwight obviously revisited the prison. You know what? You know what I hear, Bruce? Yeah. There's a link here if you want to jump in. I heard. Did the WBA take his ranking away? And I think after he kind of lost interest in it after that. He was fighting. He was a ranked contender while he was locked up. If my mind serves me correctly, he was ranked by the WBA. But I think they took his ranking. I think because obviously I think there might have been objections about ranking a prisoner and they took his ranking. Is that way they listen? What's the films with Wesley Snipes and Ving Rhames where they have the fight in prison? Is that where they get that idea from? Who remembers that film? It's a good film, actually. Anyone remember that film with Wesley Snipes and Ving Rhames? James Scott. Mr. Bashir, he educated that. You see, that's why I was remember like when Clarissa Shields' hoodlum brother, right? See, I fucking hate them fucking make me sick, man. Oh, sick, man. Telling you, boy. If I was there, boy, I might have got hurt myself. But I'm telling you, boy, I would have. You mean? I was upset that day, bro. I was upset. I was really upset that day. Really upset. Pissed me off, no end. For a few days, you know. I was upset. Hoodlums. Everywhere they go, bring their nonsense. Oh, yeah, Undisputed. Yeah. It's a good film, actually. It's a good film. Prison and Boxing. What was the first film like? Penitentiary. I think the actor they modeled the central character after Sugar Ray. So I think he was modeled after Sugar Ray. I'm trying to remember it. Penitentiary, you know. Bloody hell. It's going back some minute. Boxing films in the 80s, man. Rocky, Penitentiary, and there was the other one with the black kid and the white kid. What was that called again? Can't remember what that was called. It's a good film though. Okay. What was the boxing film starring Marlon Brando called? Let's see if you guys can get that. And the clock is on you from now. This is a 30-second one. And it starts now. Yeah. Tom said the Penitentiary movies were awful. The actor looked like, he did look like Ray. He did look like, bam, Tom got it quick, boy, on the waterfront. How you get that so quick? On the waterfront. All right. What was the popular phrase that came out of that film from Brando? It's a commonly used phrase. It's a great one though. On the waterfront, you know. Damn. That's the one. Could have been a contender. Bloody hell. See, boxing is such a tough sport. There's never been a kind of friendly, happy boxing movie. Never. Why is that? Because it's a tough sport, isn't it? There's never no happy, friendly boxing movie. They're all hard. Like that was a hard film. Like just not even the fight scenes, just the dialogue and like the struggles and the pitifulness of the fighter. Like he just had his dreams. I could have been he didn't care about he had a little more money for taking a dive. It was about his integrity. He didn't want to take no dive. He wanted to be a contender. Flipping hell. I want to watch the whole of that, man. I want to watch the whole of it. You know something, Tony? You said the Penitentiary film was crap, but I wouldn't know. You know why I wouldn't know? Because them days there, right? I was blazed. So when I'm watching them films, I was blazed. So when I'm saying, yeah, that was really good, how would I know? Oh boy. Yeah, with Lang called Balboa paper champion. That was it. I tell you what, Mr. T, man. Done his thing in them movies, man. Clubber Lang. I actually prefer. No, I can't say I prefer him more than I kind of prefer Clubber more than Mr. T than Apollo. I think by the time Antonio Tarver was in the Rocky franchise, it was wrapped up. Even the Tommy Gunn one, it kind of started losing the fizz. You know what I mean? Yeah, Mr. T crushed it, man. He crushed it proper. Give me your chance, give me mine. You just Mr. T was on it, bro. Do you remember how big that man was in the 80s? He was huge, bro. He was huge. Mr. T was huge. He was so big. I remember there was behind the scenes beef about who was the main character in the A-Team out of him and George, whatever his name was, and Mr. T. Mr. T, man. He was he Michael Nunn's bodyguard? I think he was Michael Spinks. He probably Butch Lewis's bodyguard. America put on such a show in the 80s. That's why boxing was so. It was like they had the thing is they had the flipping fighters and they put on the show. They put the flipping show. You know what I mean? I don't care. The Rocky franchise was bad. Okay, Tone played the little truant move at Hammersmith Odeon, you know, to watch that in the school holidays the year it came out. See, them days was the time to go cinemas, man. Time to go cinema. Now cinema's not the same. You know why it's not the same? Because you know you can get a pirate version on the internet. So going to cinema is not the same no more. It's not the same. What was the name of the cinema franchise back then? Something and Dean. Pearl and Dean, you know. Pearl and Dean, rude boy. Pearl and Dean, right? Yeah. Pearl and Dean, Tone. Pearl and Dean. And them days, you know they put in them flashing lights and them little subliminals so you buy the food and stuff. That was like the golden era. You know, I tell you what, I think my brother took me. Was it Tottenham? What was the film? Was it Trafalgar Square or something? Star Wars. Oh my gosh! And I was about 10 or something, or 9 or whatever. Oh my! What a day that was, you know. What a day. That film, Star Wars. Wow. And you see, the thing is, you know what is great, yeah? We didn't even have a video them days. That's see, this is when you're talking to an old man. We didn't have a video in the house. That came probably a year or so later, right? Or maybe longer, maybe a couple of years. So when you go cinema and you watch a film, it's just vivid because you can't go back home and download a copy on the internet. No, you're left with your memories. You're watching your film. Like you don't forget. You see, your brain is computing a lot different because you don't have the technology. So every scene in there is logged in your head. Just one view. Just one view. Yeah? Because man couldn't afford to go see it the next day again. Yeah? My parents were forking out enough money to give my brother for bus fares and whatever and for us to get in. Pearl and Dean. I used to go cinema with my mum. We saw, what did we see? It's going to look corny now, but I'm going to say we went to see Grease with John Travolta. We saw a couple, I think Superman, and a few more films. Me and my mum used to go for cinema. Oh yeah, like the Turnpike Lane, the side exit. You know what we done the side exit for, Tone? Is Beat Street. Is Beat Street. It's a side exit, Turnpike Lane, boy. It's Beat Street. Yeah. Hammersmith Odeon or Hammersmith ABC as a kid. Yeah, the side exit opened. Yeah. And then my cousin and a few they used to go they used to watch Kung Fu on Friday, just up the road from where Turnpike Lane was. They used to watch Kung Fu movies. Yeah. Kung Fu. Religiously. Because Kung Fu was huge, man. Pearl and Dean, you know. And you know, remember the cinema is smell of hot dog, isn't it? The cinema used to smell of hot dog. Yeah. Used to smell of hot dogs, you know. It used to stink of hot dogs. Yeah, Friday night's Kung Fu. It used to stink of hot dogs, but you didn't. But them days, I was eating bacon and Trenton, so it didn't bother me. You know what I'm saying? What other films? What other films? There's a few more. Golden Child. I remember watching Golden Child. Was that Eddie Murphy? Coming to America. Eddie Murphy was just a dude, man. Eddie Murphy was just a dude. And then when the video, when I tell you the first the Betamax came out, I remember the film I used to watch it religiously was Beverly Hills Cop. Beverly Hills Cop, one of the greatest films ever made. One of the greatest. One of the greatest. Beat Street. What was the other break? Beat Street. Oh man, I forgot it now, man. Forgot it. Beat Street. What? Come on, man. The brain's just seizing up. Did I see Saturday Night Fever at the cinema? Yeah, Breaking. Breaking, Tom. That's the one. Yeah, Breaking. Saturday Night Fever. Did I see that with my mum? Would I have been able to get in at the time? I'm trying to remember. Great film, though. That was a great film. A great film. But the VHS was just like, you see how people go crazy over the technology today? If you had a video back then and you didn't know about, because we didn't know nothing about no computer or nothing like that or Wi-Fi, it was like next level, bro. Watching what was one of the great VHS films for me, Turbo and Ozone. Remember that routine they did? It was sick, bro. That was sick. It was sick. Was it the broomstick and that? Boy. Wow. London was a different city then, man. It was different. Like if you guys were around them days, all you would have seen is kids with their lino on the street break dancing. Break dancing. Turbo and Ozone, man. Turbo and Ozone. Yeah, I've seen Paid in Full. I've seen Paid in Full. With Cam, yeah? With Cameron. You tough, right? Tough, right? Yeah, man. I'm trying to look for some questions. I can't find the questions I wanted to ask. Can't find the question I wanted to ask. Let me see if I can find them somewhere. Spills, is it in there? No, it's not there. Tear the roof off. Let me see. Well, there's some questions I wanted to ask, man. I think I had some written down, so I'm trying to find some of them. No, I can't find them. I can't find them, Les. Can't find them. Wild Style. Wild Style was great, man. Wild Style. Gary, what the first fight? There wasn't one. There wasn't one. It was like, it's just a series of fights. There's no just one fight. Just watching boxing, man. Wild Style was bad, bro. Wild Style was just bad. Boy, look at boy, Billy Walker in an Aston Martin, boy. Flipping hell. Crush Groove. Yeah, Crush Groove was good. Run DMC, yeah? Crush Groove and LL. It was a bit boring, actually. It was a bit boring, Crush Groove. It was a bit boring, to be honest. Told he loved the Bond movies when he was a kid. The Spy Who Loved Me, the White Lotus coming out of that sea into the beach. That's a childhood memory for me. You know something, right? Everyone used to say that Sean Connery was the best Bond. But Roger Moore was the best Bond. Roger Moore was a better Bond than Sean Connery. You know what I mean? Roger Moore was better. Because he had that pompousness, but it worked. It wasn't too much. I think Sean Connery was the women's favourite Bond. And maybe the dudes too. I think he was the women's. I remember I got in trouble with that film online, man, because of my views. But I won't bring that back up. I don't want to go there again. Yeah, the acting was terrible in Wild Style. But that you know why that assists the film? Because what they were doing, they were pushing forward graffiti, rapping, turntablism, all the elements. But yeah, like you say, the great live performers, much sampled soundtrack. That's why the acting didn't overshadow the elements of hip hop. Proper see that film there. That film is so far from the corporate industry's version of hip hop. It's so far from it. So far from it, man. What did the guy say? Yo, these dudes, you mean they they painting on books or whatever. Nah, man, you gotta go out there and rack up and be an outlaw. A graffiti artist, man, it was hard, man. Hard. Yeah, Flash. Yeah. In his kitchen. Yep. Gary says Roger Moore all day. Charismatic actor. Roger Moore was gangster. Yeah, Tom says Moore played it tongue in cheek, perfect for a younger audience. Yeah, there was more to me. Who was the first? No, it wasn't George Lazenby. I think it was George Lazenby. It was written by Ian Fleming, right? I'm doing all that at the top of the head. Ian Fleming in Scotland, right? I'm going to touch on why I got in trouble. Tom says, I think the guys from Blondie made the breaks used in that movie. Okay. And obviously, Blondie came with that step into the world. Na, na, na. That like even the hardcore hip hop say, yo, that song helped spread the word. You know what I mean? And even though that's true, the corporate industry just ruined the culture, ruined it. They ruin everything, man. They ruin it. They just ruin everything. Even from the 80s, from the start, they ruined it. Yeah, George Lazenby. Yeah, Lazy Body. George Lazy Body. I don't think I've seen a film with him in it. The first film, I think they repeated it. I can't remember what it's called again. I've got it on the tip of my tongue, but it's just Live and Let Die. Yeah, it was a great movie. Best Bond theme song for me too. So Ian Fleming was a Scottishman, right? Yeah, she did help it. She did help it, but it's like Sugar Hill Gang. People say, yeah, they put rap on the map. No, these elements commercialized it because people start chasing the money. And then they forget about the turntablism, the breaking, you know what I mean? The popping and all that good stuff. They forget about it. Commercialism is important. You can't avoid it. Basically, remember Raucous Records? Raucous Records, right, was owned by whose son was it again? Weren't Rupert Murdoch, was it? No, not Rupert. It was one of them big moguls. I think their son ran the label, and they were underground. They used to put out their tapes and their vinyls or their albums, the compilation albums, and they were fire. They were really fire. And then when Pharaoh came with that song, duh, 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 get the up, duh, 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 and it blew up. They started chasing hits. And they lost the plot. Next thing you see people like Missy and she's good. She's a good artist, but she just didn't fit on there. She didn't fit. Start chasing that commercial dollar. It ruins it. It literally ruins it because people don't want to be creative. They want to just replicate formulas. Big up Outlaw. Simon says, yeah. People want to replicate formulas rather than keep the creative energy going. And it's no good, man. Raucous were bad, man. Them tapes were fire. The tapes were absolutely fire, bro. It was Talib Kweli. He says, yeah, when you made that song, they just chased the money. Yeah, the Godzilla beat. Y'all know the name. Pharoahe and March ain't a damn change. You all up in the range and shit inebriated. Straight from your original plan, you deviated. I alleviated the pain with the long-term goals to my underground loop. Without the gold, you sold platinum around the world. I sold wood in the hood. But when I'm on the street, it's all good. Suit to motivate a room, control the room like Tomb Raider. Clock, rock, dollars, flip tips like a way to block shots. Styles greater, my lyrics anoint. If you're holding up the wall, then you're missing the point. He killed it. He killed it. It was a bad song. It was wicked. It wasn't commercial, but it blew up. It blew up more than what the usual songs they were making blew up. And then after they, okay, let's get R&B on it. And dude, come on, man. Outlaw, he says, Pharoahe is a top 10 lyricist all time, in his opinion. Pharoahe top 10? I don't know how people compile. I haven't got a clue how to compile the top 10 best MCs. I don't. That's why somebody asked me, who are your top 10 British MCs? If I was to answer that, I'd have to be putting people like the Colonel and Tipper and Papa Levi in there. And people say, well, that's not hip hop. Well, boy, they're the foundation of British MCs, UK bubblers. The UK bubblers, bro, come first to me. Shined. How are you going to make a top 10 British and Shine ain't there? He influenced the Americans on how to blend the dancehall and the hip hop. Yeah. Yeah. Shine it. You guys know Shining? No, for chat. Some of them are talking, some of them are chatting, some of them now say one. Not for them to look for the youth to start from the bottom. I reach right over the top. What they call that? Now some of them are talk. Hey, he was smashing it, bro. And then he went across the pond, smashed it, just smashed it. Yeah, Derek B. A lot of people didn't like Derek B because they said I thought Derek B was good, man. Derek B was talking about Versace. Oh, the mama used to say cover was just too hard tone, just bad. The bass line and the piano, yeah. I'm telling you, when you were in the dance with that drop, that was just bad. That was bad. Shinehead was bad. No one talks about Shinehead now. Yeah, Pharoahe's bad though, man. Pharoahe is bad. Derek B was talking about Versace years before any of them Americans touched it. Yeah. Not saying that's good. I'm just saying, like, okay, that man was on Versace, what, 15 years ago? Mine was on it 30 years ago. Hey, listen. What do they call it again? Is it Miami Bounce? You know who is one of the founding fathers of Miami Bounce? And you can look it up. Derek B. The sounds that he used, I can't remember what the song was. I can't remember. Because I didn't even know until it was online. The sounds he was using is what literally built that genre. Is Derek B. You put it in, you put it in the search engine, Derek B and bounce music. Yeah. He died young though, isn't it? Derek B, man. But you see, you know what I didn't like? This is the problem with England. You know the problem with England? Is the red eye. Man is red eye out here. All of them British rappers and all that, they started hating on Derek B. they started hating on him, and hating on him. Red Eye. Red Eye. I remember even telling some of my brethren, like, it was you mean getting into why are you guys just hating on the guy? Just hating on him. I think that Derek B flipping got hijack in the game. I'm sure he, like, you see records like labels like Music Alive, he got a lot of them guys on there. I think got their starts. He died in 2009, you know. I think it's the Rock the Beat song, you know. The Rock the Beat song is where they took a lot of the sounds. Yeah, the Wise Guys sample of, is it Derek B's Good Group? Is it Wise Guys? I can't remember. No. There was a video on it. I didn't even know. There was a video on it. Okay. All City. There's a song called All City. I used to love that bounce rock skate song. That was a bad Vaughan Mason. Shake. That song was just bad. Tone said, okay, get down and rock the beat. Yeah, man. Is that the one, Tone, yeah? Yeah. This man flipping inspiring genres of music. And in his city, people are just hating on him. Because he was successful. He was on top of the pops. Hating. Red Eye. Red Eye man them, you know. Watch the Red Eye man them. When you're doing well, they try to pull you down. Red Eye man. Rock the beat. Let me hear it. I think this is the one, you know. That's it. See, as soon as you hear that stab, that was one of the sounds. That blah. Yeah, is the ball. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Tom. That's it. Baltimore. Yeah. Yeah. They're actually crediting that song. Yeah. Unknowingly founded New Orleans bounce. Yeah. Crazy. Wicked. Derek Bolden. R.I.P. brethren. R.I.P. I mean, you got to give him credit for putting on crews like Hijack. You know what I'm saying? Charlene, what's up? Outlaw, what's up? The jealousy, the green-eyed monster is for real. Yeah. He done his thing. Like Tone said, he was a great DJ. Yeah, he was a great DJ. Get down, yeah, get down, yeah. I used to like that tune, man. He weren't the best rapper. Let's keep it real. He weren't the best. He wasn't the best. But he was bringing people through. He weren't the best rapper. He certainly weren't the best rapper that this country's produced. Tom said he went to a party where Derek B was playing. It went on for almost 2 days. Until this day, he was the best DJ I've seen and heard. Big up. Double Trouble and Rebel MC, says Gary. I know Rebel MC. I know Rebel MC. They used to hate on him too. They used to hate on him too. Man, hating. Why are you hating on him? He brought through a whole load of man. A whole load of man. Outlaw, he was listening to a big track from his first album yesterday with his brother while they were out cruising. And everyone on the track had a 5-star verse or close to it. The level was just insane back then. Yeah, man, big up Derek, man. What were the two labels we had, man? It was Musical Life and Cold Sweat. They were the two main hip-hop labels. Musical Life and Cold Sweat. Was there any more? I mean, remember Sonia Porton. She does a lot of content online now. Sonia Porton. She opened a label named Go for the Jugular. And they sent one of my demos there and it got through. And I was actually signed to the label. And before I got even to record a single word, it closed down. It closed down. I said, flipping hell, man. DJ Pogo. I think he put my stuff through to get recorded, yeah. They closed down. Sonia Porton. She used to DJ. Well, she used to not DJ. She used to do little segues on the Kiss FM shows and come in and tell the news of what was going on across the pond and stuff. She's still going, bro. Them people in the industry, boy, they don't just die off like that. Okay, Tone said he bumped into Derek years later. He told me that Rush pulled a bucky and told him to go back to London. Royalties unpaid. Parting words were, don't trust your brother, man. Bloody hell. Is that Rush management across the pond, yeah? Bloody hell. I didn't know that one, Tom, man. I didn't know that. No shock at all. No shock at all. No shock. No shock. Yeah. No shock at all. Pull the skeng on him, you know. Pulled the skeng on him. Hey, listen, never really trusted Russell like that, man. That don't shock me at all. He's bumped off the most people, bro. He's bumped off the most people. And then, I mean, him, Leo, and then people there. No, he told you the truth, Tony. He 100% told you the truth. He 100% told you the truth. Yeah? He 100% told you the truth. They're not good people, man. That's why you see Russell can't even go back to America. Russell can't go back to America. Yeah? They're not good people. People are not good. People always saying Suge. Yeah, Suge piece of shit. But I mean, he ain't the only one, man. People getting ripped off everywhere, man. Ripped off. Yeah, man. He probably didn't even make that much out of it. Like, even though he was charting and stuff, most of the money you're going to make is show money. While you got that little buzz, you got to do shows. Yeah, he did a lot of tours in the States back then. Yeah, he did. I think I think he hit the gear hard though as well. You know what I mean, I hear he was you know, partying a little hard. If that's true. If that's true. He was the first. Well, he weren't the first MC, but he was the first to blow. He was the first to blow. He was the first to blow like that. Wow, they sent him back. They sent him packing, yeah. Dirty, nasty work, nasty work, nasty work. Okay, he looked ill, yeah. Was he the whatever he passed of was I don't even know like what unalived him, but because he was quite young. He was quite 2009. He was born 66, but he was in his 40s, man. He was in his 40s. What did he pass off, man? I don't know. He passed away of. Doesn't even say. Cause. A lot of there's quite a bit of people from the UK scene who have passed away. I think there was a DJ named Bunny Bread. He passed away. Yeah, the London crews, the crowds were just booing. But hey, London crowds were very difficult. Were very, very difficult, bro. Very difficult. I remember there were certain spots in the hood, boy. You know what I mean? Like, if you went up there and you weren't up to what they expected, they might have to listen. Man got their pockets ran and ting, man. Man got their pockets ran. Yeah. Seriously, man weren't joking. Yeah, you see, outside of London, they were more appreciative, but London was just like terrorism, bro. Heart attack. Wow. 44, man. Yeah, man. Big him up though. Big him up. Did his thing. So when you say he weren't in shape, what you saying? He was overweight? He was just looking like he weren't looking after himself? Yeah, that's it. Bunny Bread. Yeah, he passed away the other day. I was hearing. Yeah, yeah. And yeah, that Britcore group, is it Hard Noise? I knew what's the other one? There was two of them. You got TLP, the last poet, and was it Gemini? And it was Gemini, I think his name was. They both passed away, man. Both of them. You know what I mean? I actually saw a picture. That was the first time I've actually seen their faces. See, like even before Wu Tang were covering their faces, them man were covering their faces on the album, bro. Blanked out their faces. Yeah, man saw them rapping live and stuff, but there's few pictures of them, like press photos. Them man were trying to stay away from the camera. So you see what affected the first wave of British MCs, yeah? Is I'll put it down to this. You see in France, yeah, I don't know if it's the same now, right? But in France, you have to play a high percentage of homegrown music. You can't just play what's coming in fashion from across the pond. Nah, you've got to play a percentage of homegrown music, right? So when you go to France and you see rappers driving Benzes and got a whole load of money, that's because their records are in rotation. They're becoming stars. They're making money off the royalties. A lot of rappers, even from the States, they go over to France and realize that, okay, they've got stars out there. So, I mean, of course, they're appreciating of them, but they've got stars out there. Yeah. It's hard times, man. And that kept the French scene in good stead. In the UK, yeah, you'd get Dave Pearce, the Rap Hour and stuff, and Westwood would fit a few UK tunes into the broadcast. But now it's different, isn't it? If you look at the drill or whatever, the Afrobeat artists over here, they get a lot more airplay. They pay a lot more attention to the British artists. Okay, Tone said he had on a coat that was too small for him. Looked a bit unkempt. He seemed glad to be recognized. Told me that he had music coming out soon. He was friendly enough. Yeah. Man, that's sad. That's pretty sad. Died of a heart attack, man. I hated my childhood, Dave Allen.
yeah, I'm not interested. But you look at me, I can't see myself, so if I look like shit, that's your problem, not mine. I don't care about my appearance, as long as I'm clean and I'm not worried. Because your missus sick, because that's what counts, doesn't it? No, I was also though. I mean, she might have, but I only hear about 20% of what she says because I just don't know. It's 20% that you listen to the show, you know. I try.
Dave Allen. Is he trying to fight Zhang for real? The man don't want to end up like a flipping vegetable, man. Wow. That's got to be AI. The dog gave the flipping the pig the burnt piece of the toast and took the unburnt, put it for himself. Probably not AI, you know. That's something a dog would do, innit? Dogs are clever, innit? The WBC sanctions Usyk versus the kickboxer. Can't even remember his name, man. So they're going to sanction this one, but they didn't sanction Fury versus Ngannou, did they? That's what Ariel Helwani is pointing out. Usyk versus Rico will be in fact for the Usyk's WBC belt. Any guesses as to what changed? No, I can't guess. Turkey's money. You know what I mean? They're desperate to stay in Turkey's good graces. Yeah, the only one who's went against the grain really is Frank with the lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. How is this guy getting a title shot for the WBC belt, man? Okay, if you're gonna fight him, but how they made this into a title fight? It's just like, wow. Is this the guy you're sticking by, Eddie? Yeah, yeah, Eddie, you done all that sticking up for him, right? And this is what it is. Hey, I mean, I don't mind the fight. I'm not paying for it. I'll watch it for free because I paid for my pay-per-view quote with a bundle. Let me see what Tom said. Catch up with the rest of you. There was that TV program about him getting stopped in his red Porsche by the old Bill. He had a couple of UK top 20 singles back in the late 80s. Yeah, he was driving a Porsche, man. See, that's the thing, man. When you start driving Porsches, wearing Versace and all that stuff, you got to maintain it year after year after year. And I don't like all them brands anyway. I'm not saying I don't wear name brands, but if it's a brand where it's looking to clean me out every time I go into the shop, no, I'm not with it because I don't want to keep up with the trends like that. I don't want to keep up with it. I don't want to keep up. I just want to be myself. Don't want to be doing all that. Gary, if Dave can get past 4, he should beat Zhang? What, you're telling me the guy who couldn't beat Makhmudov beats Zhang? Tone says that's the blueprint. The blueprint for who though? The blueprint for Caballero. Dave Allen ain't beating no Zhang, bro. You ain't beating Zhang. Getting smashed up. Not beating Zhang. He's going to get mashed up, bro. He's going to get murked. After careful consideration, the pricks at the WBC have ruled in favor of sanctioning the title fight between Usyk and the kickboxer. I ain't even trying to pronounce his name. Beats, why do you pronounce his name? I don't want to pronounce his name. Kickboxer is good, right? His name is Kickboxer. And if I hear any of you calling him by his flipping full name, I'm going to have a go at you. His name is Kickboxer. Kickboxer. His name ain't no, but his name Rico. No, it's not Rico. Kickboxer. That's what he is. Zhang is like a Larry with the engine of a moped. I doubt Allen beats him, though. Listen, man. Zhang will put a couple of them southpaw setups on Dave, and he ain't getting past the fourth. You couldn't beat, if you can't beat Fraser Clark, you ain't beating Zhang. You're not beating Zhang. You couldn't beat Fraser Clark. You are not beating Zhang. It is what it is. Shouldn't do triangle theories, but I'm going to do one on this occasion. You can't beat Fraser Clark. You can't beat Makhmudov. You're not beating Zhang. You're going to get mash up. Yeah? He couldn't get past Luis Ortiz. You're not beating Zhang. Not gonna happen. No, I'm gonna happen. No, Dave. It's not gonna happen, son. You're gonna get broke up. Dave don't throw a lot of. See, the thing is, yeah, Caballero throws a lot of punches. Dave throws 2 punches around. So Zhang's stamina problem is not going to manifest against Dave Allen. It's not going to manifest. Listen, did you see Dave the other week? He came in at what, 280, and he had a gut. He had a gut on him. Not a good matchup. But yo, you know what I mean? If Eddie wants to put him in there, I don't mind. I don't mind watching it, Dave. I'll watch it. I'll watch him punch the Yorkshire pudding at you. You know what I'm saying? Why not? Depends who he's fighting. Depends who he's fighting. You know, Gas is on the 5. He beat up Joe Joyce. People try to say he was gassing in that. Nah, he beat him up soundly. If you beat Joe Joyce twice, right? And in my mind, the Parker fight was close. Dave, you're going to get broke up. Man, he's going to brock you up on the levels. But anyway, if he wants to take it, I don't mind. And like I say, if it's on the zone, I'll watch it. People need to consider what's he doing there? Oh, did the man stagger him? Is that him getting tump up? In boxing, you can't even take up. That weren't boxing. That was kickboxing. Man, Usyk is gonna turn you. Usyk gonna punch this guy up, bro. Peter Fury's training the kickboxer. Man, if Alan can Homer Simpson his way to midway, then who knows? Depends on who's breathing heaviest after that. I don't see it. I don't see it, Tom. I just see him getting beaten up. I just see him getting beaten up, man. If you can't set the tempo against Zhang, it's just going to get beaten up, man. Dave Allen won't beat Hrgovic. He wouldn't beat Hrgovic. And Zhang's, in my opinion, won that fight. But you never know, innit? Dave Seeley really seems up for it. I don't know why. Why is he so up for a fight? He's going to get mash up. I don't get it. All right, people. I think it'd be a good time to cut out here. It's been a good hangout, though. Yeah, but how much peas, though? How much peas are you getting for that fight? That's not Riyadh season. It's probably the peas, in it. See, that's what I'm saying, man. Man just get his guy is fighting for peas right now, bro. Man, I mean, they're worried about no belts and stuff. They want the money, in it. They want the money, and if they put up the money, Dave will go in there and get pounded. Yeah, social. Apparently, he's looking for the smoke. He's looking for the smoke. Well, gotta make money, innit? Gotta make money. Peace.